Honorable Hameen Patricia Tomeno. She is the founder of La Maison du Café with her own brand for BAM Coffee. She's also the president of the Association of Cameroonian Women in Coffee. She holds many portfolios. She is the president of the Gender Promotion Committee at the agency of Robusta Coffees, Accra. She's also the executive director of Copagro, agro-industrial cooperative name. She's also the mayor of the city of Omban and president of the Union of Municipalities of Noun, the Department of Cameroon located in the Western region. She's also a member of the Africa Fine Coffee Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Madam Honorable Hameen Patricia Tomeno. You're most welcome.
De l'OIAC, je ne sais pas si Madame la directrice exécutive de l'OIC est toujours là.
I see her still around, or she's been around. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, the heart of Africa beats today in Africa on this Wednesday, 14th November 2022, in this conference hall named Fazao. African women in the coffee industry appreciate that IACO seizes the podium on this meeting, which is very important, so that no one could ignore the role and importance that the women plays in the coffee industry, African coffee industry. And even stronger will be their knowledge, stronger will be their know-how, and more stronger will be their skill on all the aspects of the African coffee value chain, from production to quality transformation up to the sufficient quantity. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 40% of African women are in the agricultural sector, and more than 70% of them works in the coffee field are assured by women. These are those who are the most exposed, and they organize themselves to meet the climate change challenges for the warmness of our planet. And all the more, women are in the local market, they are in the transformation sector, the CAP sector, into research, and they are in training, in financing, in trading, in export, and so on and so forth. Because women plays a driving force and a catalyzer in the value chain of value through the natural fact of their talents and their power of proposal and actions. So women are the actions in the coffee industry of Africa. Africa will record at the height of its investment on its human capital, to mention women, and this applies to all the levels of the value chain. Thank you for your rapt attention.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Bonsoir à tous. Avec toutes vos grades et rangs respectifs, maman, nous vous remercions pour votre discours merveilleux. Aujourd'hui, nous aurons un temps merveilleux. C'est notre moment et nous aimerons dire que c'est l'heure de la femme en Afrique. Je m'appelle Princesse Adeyinka Tekene, je viens du Lagos, Nigeria. Je serai votre hôte aujourd'hui avec ma belle et adorable Grâce.
My name is Grace Wankwa. I'm also from Nigeria, and I work with IACO, the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. If you're a woman here, I want your applause to be resounding. Thank you. Tonight, it's not night yet. It's afternoon. First, we want to thank Ayako and our present SG for this amazing opportunity. Last year, he had proposed that women and the youth in Africa will have their day in the Ayako meeting. And most critically, because we know that the role of women cannot be undermined in the development of coffee going forward as a continent. And that is why 1 year after, we're having the first ever maiden edition of women and youth in coffee at the Ayako meeting. Please, let's give them a round of applause for this opportunity. Yes. The women of Africa and the young people, we are truly grateful. We truly believe that this platform will enable us to begin to find sustainable ways of building the African continent for a great coffee consumption and production strategy. With my guest here, we're going to have an amazing program. Yes. And we have a beautiful lineup for you. We're going to have quizzes, we're going to have master classes, we're going to have panel sessions. We're going to talk coffee and how women are continuing every day to develop the continent. Without saying much, we would like to have our first poem of the day, and Ms. Grace will introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you, Princess. So right now, I would like to introduce, I'll have to say this in French, please. I would like to introduce l'ensemble culturel Les Griottes Noires du Togo, qui présente le poème.
Set of black poets in Togo who are into a coffee in the country.
Il nous faut des femmes en forme.
We need strong women for a strong coffee sector. We need women on the resilient actions for coffee to be resilient. We need women in networks so that coffee will not lose its network. We need women of business. We need business women for coffee to be good business. We need group of women, of dynamic business women, for the trade of commerce to be dynamic. We need perseverant women in the coffee sector for coffee to be perseverant. We need serious women for coffee to be speed. The commercial links and the marketings will be built up, and many more others. Women, strengthen your leadership in the coffee sector and then progress. Equipping women will not be undermined, and this vision is the correct one. The creation of jobs is a reality, and it leads to solving our challenges in our country. Woman, live, enjoy the fruit of your work, enjoy the fruit of your efforts. Coffee is spheric, and we to make us fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for them. So right now, if we look at our programs, I would like to invite our keynote speaker in the person of Ms. Cynthia Nyasimbe Esonam, who is the Senior Advisor to His Excellency, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, Secretariat on Private Sector Engagement. Before joining the Secretariat in February 2022, Cynthia served for 7 years as the Secretary General of Togo Invest Corporation, the first investment holding company established by the government of Togo to lead the development of and investment in strategic projects. Throughout her 10 years of professional life, she has been exposed to and gained extensive experience in project finance, public-private partnership, infrastructure planning and development across various sectors, investment promotion and facilitation, as well as the rolling out of business environment reforms. She sits on the board of directors of few national enterprises in Togo, including AS65 MWIPP Company. Please welcome Ms. Cynthia. Please keep clapping as she approaches here, please. I'm sorry, please, if you don't mind, do you mind keep clapping, please? Thank you. Apologies, I just stepped out for the loo, and as I was entering that, I heard they were calling my name. Secretary General of the Inter-African Organization for Coffee, Secretary Executive of the Coordination Committee for the cocoa and coffee sectors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. One second, just so I settle myself. So before I start, I just would like to request the indulgence of my fellow Francophones, and again, ask them that, I would like to give my speech in English. I'm sure I will be excused. It was just easier for me. And knowing that now my dear country, Togo, has just joined the Commonwealth community, I think we have to start somewhere. So I'm once again very honored to be here with you this morning on this particular occasion where we are going to really deep dive into the theme of the annual general meeting of the organization, which is Women and Youth in Coffee Industry. And I would like to thank you really for the honor and look forward to the deliberations of this particular session. I also would like to take this opportunity to congratulate and commend all the ladies in this room, all the coffee women, I would say, for being inspiring to all the women and really for paving the roads for a brighter future for the generations to come. You might not be aware of the impact that you have or you're making, but it's important that we have, we take note of this and really would like to say thank you for the role that you are playing in this sector. You will excuse me if my speech seems out of context or if I do not speak directly to the theme, because I think that during my keynote remark on Monday, I did touch upon the challenges that we have or that we face in the industry, the coffee industry, and also, touched upon the solutions in terms of policy or actions that maybe that we may take to make sure that we see the changes that we like to see, to make sure that we see transformation in the coffee sector, in the coffee industry. And, but this time as we engage, and it's my first time really to engage this audience, I think it's important that I talk about the AFCFTA, the African Free Trade Continental Area, and why I think that we should leverage the African Free Trade Continental Area to see the transformation, the structural transformation that we like to see in the coffee industry. So as you know, I believe that when we look at the history of our continent, when we look at the economic trajectory of our continent, we have to admit that since independence, we have made progress in some respects, but at the same time, there has been reversals, I would say, of the modest progress that we have made. And since the end of colonialism, we have also been characterized by, when you look at the African economic landscape, we have been characterized by the smallness of our economies, by the lack of competitiveness, by the lack of industrial capacity, the shallowness of our industrial base, and of course the continued, I would say, reliance on the export of primary commodities to countries of the north. And this has trapped us into this model, which we call the colonial economic model, basically. From the year 2005
right up to the pandemic, we were referred as the continent of the rice. Before the onset of the pandemic in 2019, of the 10 fastest growing economies of the world, 6 were in Africa. However, the impact of the pandemic caused many countries in sub-Saharan Africa to go into a technical recession. So where does AFCFTA fit into this characterization? And why should we think that the AFCFTA is a tool for the advancement of our continent? Why should we really hold that particular view? In most countries in Africa, when we look at the infrastructure that was left behind by the colonialists, the infrastructure is basically designed to sweat an asset, maybe from a mine, directly to the port, so that we export our raw materials. So you will see that the railroads or the roads will just go straight into a mine. We extract the mine, we don't transform it, we don't process it, and we bring it straight to the port for export towards the north. Today, we are even better connected to Europe in terms of infrastructure than we are connected as African countries. When the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic started in 2020, Africa suffered. We did not even have the capacity to produce the basic medical supplies that we need to fight the pandemic. Masks, germ-killing products, we couldn't process, we couldn't have it, we couldn't produce it, let alone vaccines. We were at the back of the queue waiting for the northern advanced countries to actually supply those medical supplies to us. When global supply chains were disrupted, that caused food insecurity in Africa. And it also caused global commodities market to be subdued. And those of us African countries who rely on exports of primary commodities suffered as a result of the pandemic. The conflict in Ukraine, a conflict which is totally exogenous to the continent. It just happens somewhere. We wake up one day, we realize that some of our countries actually rely on more than 70% of import of wheat from those countries, oil, etc. We saw a 27% increase in the cost of wheat and other cereals that we import from Ukraine and Russia. So when we look at these recent events, we don't require a more compelling reason for Africa to accelerate the implementation of the African Free Trade Continental Area, to accelerate industrial development and ensure self-sufficiency, as well as the establishment of regional value chains, so that in future, when global supply chains are disrupted, we as Africans can still be self-sufficient through our own regional supply chains. If you compare intra-Africa trade, when we trade the best between ourselves, we are at 18%. Intra-European trade is at more than 60%. Intra-Asia trade, more than 35%. Intra-North American trade, more than 50%. Trade in Africa is at the far end from a regional trading perspective. And so that means that we have a monumental task to reverse this pattern of colonialism. I will be coming, later on, I will be coming back to the sector, to the coffee sector, which we are going to talk about today. But it is time for Africa really to be placed on a different trajectory, economically speaking, and also from the point of view of industrial development. We have to accelerate industrial development on our continent in order to be globally competitive. Alone, we cannot go far, because as I said, alone, as a single country, we are not competitive. So we need to come together by integrating our markets. If you look at the two crises that I have just mentioned, both these crises have really underscored our weaknesses, and that is lack of productive capacity and the shallowness of our industrial base. We take the coffee industry today. We export around, I think in 2015, we exported $6 billion of raw coffee. But the industry itself is worth more than $100 billion. So we see already the gap, the losses that we suffer from, as the continent. We export unprocessed raw coffee, but when it goes out, obviously the added value is done elsewhere. The job creation is done elsewhere, the processing, the packaging, the innovation, the technology. And so we have an industry that is big, huge, but we do not actually benefit from that industry. I can give more examples in other sectors, like pharmaceuticals, for instance. In pharmaceuticals, in 2019, we imported more than $16 billion worth of generic drugs. But we know that the inputs that go into producing these generic drugs are actually agricultural inputs that we have on our continent. And so the AFCFTA is really a tool for us to reverse this historical problem. And in order for us to put our conversation into perspective, let me remind ourselves the primary purpose of the AFCFTA. It is industrialization. It is about connecting our economies through infrastructure and enabling competitiveness in the African continent. And so the rules of the agreements are aimed at reducing and eliminating barriers to intra-Africa trade, barriers to intra-Africa investments in a range of different areas such as competition policy, intellectual property rights, dispute settlements, sanitary, phytosanitary standards, digital trade, and others. We all know that trades play a very significant role in the growth and development of a country through its linkages with the sectors, with all the sectors of the economy. And that is exactly what we want to, why we have a comprehensive trade agreement that includes digital trade, IPR, as I just mentioned, on top of the trades in goods and trade in services that we see in normal trade trades agreements. We know from the example of other parts of the world that trades, and in particular intra-regional trades, lead to higher living standards, and that it does lift millions of people out of poverty. Export-led industrialization and export-led development in China lifted millions and millions of Chinese people out of extreme poverty in less than one generation. So whether we are looking at China, Indonesia, Brazil, Australia, or even Europe, as the most recent example, trade does provide a path to accelerated growth, prosperity, and job creation. So Africa should be no exception. The AFCFTA is embedded in the 2063 agenda, the Africa We Want, as one of the flagship programs of the African continent. In Agenda 2063, we emphasize Africa's industrializations and modernization through the AFCFTA. That is why in Article 3 of the AFCFTA, we specifically mentioned the need to promote industrial development through diversification and regional value chains development, agriculture development, and ensuring food security. This is very much highlighted in the Vision 2063 of the African Union Agenda. We also emphasize in the AFCFTA the importance of the service sector, particularly service sector that employ mainly young people and women. These are sectors that include tourism and value-added agricultural services. We are talking about a market of 1.3 billion consumers, obviously, a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion US, and this is expected to grow by the year 2035 to $7 trillion US. The potential of the African market can just not be we can just not forget about it. There is a huge potential, and that obviously the market really presents itself for investment by Africans and also by foreign direct investment. UNECA predicts that by 2040, implementation of the AFCFTA will increase intra-Africa trade by 15 to 25%. The World Bank also projects that where we implement the AFCFTA effectively, we stand to increase the volume of intra-Africa trade by 81% by 2035 and grow the volume of Africa total exports by 29%. So where are the priorities as we implement the AFCFTA? The inclusion of the private sector is critical. It is the private sector who exports, it is the private sector who produces, it is the SMEs that export, it is the young entrepreneurs and the women entrepreneurs who add dynamism to any country or region's economy. And so the private sector has to be at the center of implementation of the AFCFTA. The young and the women entrepreneurs have to be at the center of the AFCFTA implementation. We have to strengthen our engagement, and this is something that the Secretariat is taking on its shoulders, that we have really to strengthen our engagement with the private sector so that we see the benefits of the private sector fully participating in the implementation of the AFCFTA. In order to make a contribution to Africa's industrialization, we as the Secretariat, we have identified a number of value chains. And agribusiness, obviously the coffee sector, is one of those value chains, together with transport and logistics, the automotive sector, and the pharmaceuticals. It is critical that we mobilize the private sector to ensure that we see industrialization and job creations in these 4 priority sectors, as I said, including the agribusiness, the agricultural sector, and the coffee industry. Women and youth are truly the engine of trade in Africa. They are essential to the impactful implementation of the AFCFTA, and so the ultimate measure of success of the AFCFTA, therefore, does not reside solely on the volume of intra-Africa trade, but also on the utilization of opportunities offered by the AFCFTA in a way that improves access to factors of production, improves efficiency, and scales up businesses, generates actual revenues, which in turn improves the standards of life and lifts African people out of poverty. This is why inclusiveness in the context of the AFCFTA means that benefits from opportunities offered by the AFCFTA are widely shared across all segments of the population, including women and youth, thus achieving less inequality, equal opportunities, and equitable distribution of Africa's wealth across classes, cultures, communities, and genders in AFCFTA state parties. I will be concluding very soon, ladies and gentlemen. In this regard, the agreement establishing the AFCFTA recognizes the importance of gender equality for the development of international trade and economic cooperation, and underscores the need to promote and attain sustainable and inclusive socio-economic development and the structural transformation of AFCFTA state parties. I am happy today to share with you that trade under the AFCFTA has started under an initiative driven by the Secretariat itself that we call the Guided Trade Initiative. That has involved 7 countries. So last month, exactly on the 7th of October, we launched trade under the AFCFTA. The first certificate of origins AFCFTA have been issued by these countries. These are Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Cameroon, Egypt, Tanzania, and Mauritius. And we are looking to expand the scope and coverage of this pilot that we have really undertaken, and where we see really potential, because we see that there is demand for African products on the continent. The main objective really of the guided trade were to demonstrate the efficiency of the legal framework of the AFCFTA instrument, because there is pessimism. People do not believe about the AFCFTA. We wonder, is it going to work? Based on the experiences that we have had with regional economic communities, etc., the private sector, the young, the women, they are hungry to see, is this going to work? So we wanted at the Secretariat to show that this works. And so from October 2022, we have started trade under the AFCFTA. We also wanted to really obtain feedback on the effectiveness of the legal and institutional national systems in the participating countries. And the test we also really wanted to test the readiness. It was important to test the readiness of the private sector to participate in trade under the AFCFTA, because today, yes, we want to increase intra-Africa trade, and we know that the African private sector is made up of more than 80%, 90% of the African private sector are the SMEs, the informal sector, the MSMEs, the micro and small businesses. But they need to be ready to trade under the AFCFTA. They need to be ready to scale up and really access that huge market which is opening in front of us. It has also made us, identify, the pilot phase obviously has made us to really identify possible future interventions to increase intra-Africa trade and maximize the benefits of the AFCFTA. I happened to be in the room this morning during the previous session and heard some of the challenges that were, are raised in terms of information relating to the market. Where is the market? If we want to export coffee to another country in Africa, another country on in the continent, where is the market? Who are the importers, etc.? Statistics. Lack of information, yes, is an issue, and we as the Secretariat are looking to really address this issue. And these are some of the, I would say, concerns and lessons learned that we have identified as part of the Guided Trades Initiative. Other issues that we have also identified include the need for creative African tailored solutions for trade finance and transportation challenges. There is also, as I said before, an appetite for African products in our markets, and hence there is a need for SMEs-focused business matching forums. And on this particular point, I would like to share with you that the AFCFTA in March 2023, it will be actually on the 7th to the 10th of March 2023, will host its first business forum. And we really want that business forum not to be just a talk show, but a business forum where we will bring the manufacturers, the traders, the exporters, importers, all together, the financiers, the DFIs, together for them to really identify projects that need to be scaled up so that we have business-to-business matchmaking and make sure that really we attain our objectives in terms of boosting intra-Africa trade. We also have noted that there is a need for trade aggregators in order to leverage the economies of scale. So maybe, I'm not sure, but this might also be something that can be looked at in the sector that we are talking about today. So as part of the goods that were exchanged during the guided trades, we were happy to see that coffee was also part of the product that were exchanged under the AFCFTA Guided Trade Initiative. We saw coffee moving from Rwanda to Ghana and coffee that were made by women-led organizations, companies. I will conclude here by saying that the AFCFTA really, the Secretariat remains committed to work with all stakeholders really to fulfill its mandate of ensuring that the AFCFTA delivers its promise of sustainable and inclusive development through industrialization and increase of intra-Africa trade. We stand ready to support the regional and continental stakeholders of this very important sector, the coffee sector, in ensuring that we leverage on the AFCFTA to transform the African coffee sector through the development of strong regional and continental value chains and related supply chains network for the well-being of our people. So with this background, I would just like to conclude with the following point that I think we should keep in mind as we deliberate on the topic which is tabled. Africa, all of us, 55 countries, all of us combined, we contribute to less than 3% to global trade output, all of us combined. And we talk about Africa, of the potential, the potential of Africa, the resources that we have, all the wealth that we have in Africa. 55, we contribute to 3% of global trade output. But you take a country such as Singapore, which is a city, an island, it contributes to 6% to global trade output. There is a problem somewhere. And this is the problem that we want to change, the narrative that we want to change with the AFCFTA. And we can only do that with our SMEs, with our young and women entrepreneurs. The coffee industry, as I said before, is an industry of $100 billion US, but we only export $2 billion. I think I will stop here with these figures. So thank you very much.
Please, let's give her a round of applause. That was an amazing and arousing capshot of exactly what is happening with the coffee industry and the work that can be done. I just wanted to make another additional point on what she said. The first AfTac trade happened between Rwanda and Ghana in September 30th, 2022, and it was led by a woman. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. As a matter of fact, it was Ingrid Coffee, a coffee-led organization that made that first move, and we are truly happy about that. Today, what you are going to see in this session is the role of women in coffee. You are going to have an experience of meeting women entrepreneurs who every day in their lives wake up creating solutions for the coffee industry in Nigeria, in Rwanda, in Ghana, Kenya, and the rest of it. Me, myself, I own a coffee brand that I started 8 years ago, and every day of my life, I have been building the Nigerian coffee value chain for sustainability. Currently in Nigeria, 22 out of our 36 states grow coffee, and we only drink imported coffee from China. There is a major problem that needs to be solved, and you will today hear some of the solutions that women and young people are providing for our continent and the framework for the future. Not to say much, I'm going to welcome a very powerful lady from Kenya. Her name is Umbula. She's going to do her own introduction, but she's going to show you some of the work that they have been doing in Kenya and how they are growing the value chain and ensuring that we can create opportunity for many young people. Please, let's make welcome. I will quickly read her profile so you can know she's a woman of what we say in Nigeria, timber and caliber. She's an entrepreneur and independent coffee consultant which focuses in Africa in the specialty coffee area. She's also the founder and chief empowerment officer of You Take Coffee Limited. She's the first certified Specialty Coffee Association Premier Training campus in Africa. Sorry, I always say Nigeria, don't mind me. In Africa. And she's also a resident certified Q instructor. Please, let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share my story. I think it's the first time I've seen a day set aside for youth and women and youth and women agenda, and I really want to appreciate Ayako, the SG, and the team for, clearly setting the way forward on how the next level is after policy discussions on youth and women involvement. What's the next level? It's really to bring youth and women on the discussion table for the way forward to really be charted by themselves. So thank you very much for that. My presentation will be very informal. I've been given a very limited time, and I will just basically give my story on my journey in coffee, hopefully to be able to inspire a young person or a woman in coffee who is still trying to get their foothold in the coffee sector, to see where they would thrive. And hopefully this should clear your mind and encourage you to create your own path and follow it. About 20 years ago, youth and women were not able to really engage in the coffee sector unless they were either inheritors of coffee lands or getting married into a family that has coffee. And I'd like to make a very clear noting of the fact that this has changed. Young people and women are now able to join the coffee sector without having had that previous privilege, just by deciding to follow a particular niche and a particular path that interests them and that they are gifted and talented in performing in. So, and this is exactly what happened in my story. So I am a product of empowerment, and I started out in my teenage years while I was a student at the university as a barista, a waitress, a cashier, basically trying to understand the sector and see how this would be beneficial to me, while at the same time, obviously, acquiring the qualifications I needed to give myself a head start in life. So that's us waitressing in the very first coffee shop in Kenya, the very first specialty coffee shop in Kenya those many years ago. And that has morphed to what you see now, a possibility of having our own brand. We have our own certified premier training campus where we offer coffee education, not only to Kenyans, not only to the region, but to anybody who will come through the country to source coffee, to have meetings and needs to empower themselves. So it's really drastic from serving coffee to actually being able to empower and start coffee careers from our lab. So we're the first certified premier training campus in Africa with a resident instructor. We're also coffee traders, importers, exporters, and roasters under our own brand, Utake Coffee. And I'm also the first African board director of the Specialty Coffee Association. This is my 4th year, as well as the Coffee Coalition for Racial Equity, which is a body that also seeks to just address issues of racial inequity in the coffee sector. Obviously, this is much more felt in countries like the US, and the movement really got active after the George Floyd incident, and it shed light to a lot of those inequalities that also happen in the coffee sector. And it's been an interesting journey to draw parallels with what's happening there and what is happening at origin. A few awards and recognitions along the way, including having judged the World Barista Championship global events a number of times. And I'm not alone in this. I have my colleague from Uganda, Claire, a young woman who's also been very, very keen in developing the sector in Uganda, judging the World Championship. She's right there. And all this to say there is talent and potential in young people, not only as baristas, because you might not be able to compete to save your life, but you can learn how to taste and judge and still have an impact in that side of coffee. We also train Q program, both Arabica and Robusta. We helped set up the International Women Coffee Alliance chapters in Africa, and was also awarded the Top 40 Under 40 award in Kenya. And I've been a Coffee Corps volunteer since 2003. So some of the exposure that I gained in coffee came from volunteering, just giving of my time, giving of my energy, and in the process learning what is happening, and somehow you get absorbed into the system and find yourself, getting deals and opportunities to work in areas where your strengths lie. So all this can only happen through volunteering, and of course later on in life it translates or converts into a career or actual work. This image was drafted actually by just one of the people who follow our page, and I found it very interesting. I decided to use it in this presentation. So one of the things that I'll talk about that is required very much for youth and women, especially if you don't have the head start in the coffee sector, is a good support system. And you kind of have to look for it. Look for mentors, look for people who see the best in you and push you to bring out the best of your ability, as opposed to kind of waiting for things to come to you. So identifying those people very early in life is very important, and they literally walk the journey with you. Later on, you look back and you're like, I've managed to do all this, but not through any of your own abilities, but through a support system. So some of the logos you see there of institutions and individuals that have supported the Utake journey, and myself as Mbula also is the International Trade Center, the GIZ Coffee Innovation Fund, the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, Coffee Kenya, UCDA, International Women Coffee Alliance, and the Kenya Export Promotion Branding Agency, and many others who obviously couldn't fit on the slide. Exposure is also very, very important. I had a lot of opportunities to learn what was happening in the coffee world by working at the African Fine Coffees Association and being on the Specialty Coffee Association community first before I got into the board. So putting yourself out there also allows you the chance to see what is happening and see how it can be applicable in your interests and in your career path. Seizing opportunities, anything that comes your way, grab it as long as it works for you and you know that you can make something out of it. Don't let it pass through your fingers, yeah? Here we have Festi Coffee, opportunities to go and train baristas. Madam Patricia Ndamjoya is here. I had the opportunity of working with her in Cameroon to train baristas and set up the coffee shop. In Kinshasa as well, through Fair Trade Africa and many other institutions that provide opportunities for young people if only they will demonstrate their willingness, passion, and ability to do what is required. That said, yeah, there's quite a lot of honing of skills needed. It doesn't stop at opportunities. You're constantly learning, constantly sharpening skills, constantly calibrating, attending workshops, reading. Yeah, how many of us know that the coffee development report is out with a lot of information on the youth and what is happening in the coffee sector as of, I think, this week. So very updated information, always available to us. This is a forum that is giving information that's useful. Anyone who's here is probably a few steps ahead of people who haven't attended this event because of all that's presented here. So that's intentional, proactive activity or drive that must come from you as a young woman or a woman in coffee to ensure that the setbacks that already exist don't pull you back. And this has, of course, translated to a lot of practical applications. It shouldn't stop at the learning and the honing of skills, but put yourself out there to compete. I'll say that as someone who has never competed in the Barista Championship or in the Cup Tasters, and I know how difficult it is, but we have some baristas who will be competing tomorrow at the first Africa Youth Barista Championship. This is really a first step to putting yourself out there to practically apply many things, including courage and bravery. That's something that is like a muscle. It has to be worked. And in the process of losing and stumbling, you manage to get up and get on top. Promoting excellence is also key. During the training yesterday for judges and baristas, we had a bit of conversation on what type of coffee is likely to win the championship. And so as judges, we wanted to explain the model of the World Barista Championship and the World Coffee events in general. It's not so much about the coffee. Of course, the coffee plays a big role, but there's a lot to do with skill and application of that skill to win the competition. So excellence is something that is a moving target. Even the coffees that win in the World Barista Championship could have been better, yeah? And those who are producers will attest to that. There's always something you can do better. There's always a Robusta that is better than your usual fair average quality. Same to Arabica and other species and varieties of coffee. So promoting excellence in every level of your participation in the chain, be it cupping, barista, production, is what some of these events are all about. And when you look at it through that lens, then it becomes much easier to scale up and excel in your field. Again, continuous learning. Even here where we are, I'm learning a lot. Today I learned about coffee blossom from Uganda that has been dried and prepared into a beverage and something you can add in cookies And it was just amazing to see that. I had left it at Cascara, and it's like every time you come to a coffee event, there's a new invention and something that can be done with coffee waste and coffee scrubs. Kawamoka is doing excellent beauty products in coffee. And so continuous learning, continuous application, experimentation, and supporting all these people who are doing this, who are here. So when you have a moment to step out for lunch on the aisles, pick a few products from these entrepreneurs who have done a lot of work to showcase something different and something unique. So the African Women in Coffee chapters are growing. There are a few representatives here, and we feel that they need to evolve from picking coffee at the farm, carrying it on their backs, struggling to hand sort, hand pick, to sitting on boards, to sitting in decision-making forums and tables, to discussing and not only moderating but presenting in sessions that are discussing issues that have to do with them. A number of times we've seen in International Women's Day panels that are 80%, 90%, or even 100% male-dominated. So we need to get more involved in the decision-making table, because as they say, if you're not on the decision-making table, you're probably on the menu. This is just an excerpt from that report that I've just talked about that shows the barriers to youth engagement in agriculture. And I know time is short, so I'll just encourage you to look at the report to see what these challenges are. You people are the decision makers and the leaders in your different countries who can make a difference in women and youth engagement and involvement. And so I urge you already, just on this brief platform that I've been given, to specifically do something for youth and women in your decision-making capacity with the hat that you're wearing, to ensure that we move from the level that we are to a higher level. These are just a list of the IWCA chapters in Africa at a glance. Some of them are represented here. Cameroon is represented, Kenya is represented, Uganda is represented, and I know many other countries are interested in setting up chapters. So please talk to us to see how this can happen, to get women a comfortable and safe place where they can have their voice heard and their potential utilized. So our value proposition is coffee that empowers. I invite you also to join for courses that we offer every year at Utake Coffee for every level, entry level all the way to professional level. And my contact is right there. So info@utakecoffee.com. All our social media platforms are Utake Coffee, and I look forward to interacting with you more. Before I close, I'll just encourage young people once again to find your passion, build the required skills, and follow it through. Get cheerleaders, mentors, and encouragers, but remember that you're your best, biggest cheerleader. So with a clear resolve and direction, the sky is just a stepping stone, and we are all in this together. I welcome you to the Africa Youth Barista Championship tomorrow to enjoy and see young people giving it their best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, Mbula. Like we said, today you're going to see the work of many women in our value chain who are doing amazing work, ensuring that Africa doesn't lag behind. But to just make everything a little easy, it's been a long day, we're going to have a quiz. We need everybody to relax. You have the opportunity to win coffee from around Africa. Today we have a stand to your right. Can we all look to the right? To the right. We have coffee from Uganda, we have coffee from Kenya, we have coffee from Togo, we have coffee from Nigeria. You have the opportunity to win one of those. So I'm going to start with the first question. And Ghana. Kawamoka, yes. Thank you. We're going to start. We have a mini quiz. So you have the opportunity to win any of this for free. Because the next segment, we're going to be talking about youth products and innovation in our industry. And before we bring them up, we have a couple of questions and we would like people to win. So anybody can choose from question 1 to 8. We'll ask you the question. If you get the question right, then you can win coffee from anywhere that you choose. So let's start. Anybody? One question? Samia, anyone? Pick a question from number 1 to 8.
All the women, please, and youth. Please pick one question from 1 to 8.
Don't worry, the questions are not hard. What number? From number 1 to 8. Just pick any number. Number 5. Huh. Name 3 species of coffee found in Africa. 3 species of coffee found in Africa.
Ok. Donc c'est moi, je vais répondre à la question.
I will answer the question. That's good. The question says we should answer the various species of the 3 different species of coffee, the varieties of coffee in Africa, right? So we have Arabica, we have Robusta, and Stenophilo. So that's the 3 varieties of coffee we have in Africa. Je vais prétendre que j'ai entendu ce qu'elle a dit. Et j'ai dit, Grace, I don't know, c'est l'Arabica. I didn't present myself because we are talking about women. So I really have to present myself. My name is Diallo Jinabu. And beyond that, I am a founder and creator of Chocolat Made in Guinea. Now we are talking about coffee, but I'm into chocolate made in Guinea. It means that I'm a Greek engineer, specialist in coffee and cocoa. And at the same time, I am the founder of Zaina Cacao, chocolate made in Guinea. And today I'm the vice chairman of Interprofessional Coffee and Cocoa in Guinea. So that is me, just a way of presenting myself.
She said Arabica, Robusta, and Stenophila.
Arabica.
Is she correct? Is she correct? Yes. Okay, please, let's give her a round of applause.
That is your gift.
So you get to pick. Our gift came from Choco Togo. We want to give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Choco Togo.
Thank you. Okay, number 5 is out. Can we have anybody pick from number 1 through 8 with number 5 being out? Okay, so we have a gentleman, he for she, supporting women. What number?
What number? Number 8.
Number 8. My brother, are you ready for this question? What are the 3 main methods of processing coffee in Africa? 3 methods of processing coffee in Africa.
Merci.
Thank you. My name is Nyaule Maululu, and I'm a Togolese. I'm a barista as well. The 3 methods of processing coffee in Africa, we have the transformation through hot drink, processing of coffee into cosmetic products, and the 3rd method is the preparation of coffee with hard liquor. Thank you.
Somebody wants to help me. A lady wants to help him. I can see a hand. It's my friend from Kenya. Can you help him out? There are 3 major processes of coffee in Africa. How do we process harvested coffee in Africa? The lady from Kenya.
Wet processing.
Please.
Il y a le traitement par l'eau, par le sèche ou naturel, et nous avons le transformation anaérobique Il y a beaucoup de méthodes, il n'y a que trois. Il n'y a pas que trois. Il y a le transformé par le mien et de l'alimentation. Il y a beaucoup. Applaudissons pour elle. Elle a trouvé ça. Nous avons le transformation humide, et nous avons la transformation en sec et nous avons la transformation par miel. Ça nous permet d'ajouter de valeur à notre café. Applaudissons pour elle et donnez-la son cadeau pour aujourd'hui. Merci. Applaudissons pour elle, s'il vous plaît. Bientôt, c'est le déjeuner, mais nous sommes très rapides. Nous aurons des témoignages des jeunes qui font un travail merveilleux avec le café et on donnera 5 minutes à chacun de la parole. Donnons le premier témoignage de Chocolat Togo. Maintenant, nous voulons donner la parole à notre premier témoignage. Son nom, c'est Tommy Apoku. Il est le fondateur and founder of Choco Togo, the former treasurer of Interprofessional Coffee and Cocoa sector in Togo, former chairman of Coffee and Togo Transformers in Togo. Sir, Mr.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I really want to seize the opportunity to say a big thank you to my team of Choco Togo. I want to greet Daniel, Natalie, Felix, and all the people with whom we work. Our testimony will be done in 5 minutes exactly. Choco Togo is a cooperative of youth who found themselves in a context where we learned with the history of our country, and especially at school, that Togo produces cocoa and it exports that cocoa. And that we learned from our school when we were very young. And I went to Germany and I studied, and I came back, and my child is saying the same thing. And I have to change it. I have to change the story. Togo will no more be a country who exports of coffee or cocoa, but Togo will also be a country that processes cocoa and coffee. It's from there that history of Choco Togo came to existence. When it came into existence, we understood that cocoa was considered as a luxury product. Well, we produce the cocoa, and chocolate, we can't even have access to it. Coffee is something we don't even have access. You see that in our country, in the far lost villages, you see that people buy coffee, insoluble coffee, instant coffee, and you see that 2 grams of this coffee is 50 sefa. If we do good calculations, for the 2 grams to have a kilogram, it's up to 25,000 sefa. And coffee is bought at 650 sefa per kilo. Well, can we hope that these things will be the cause of our poverty? How come we create research? How come we participate in the creation of wealth? In which way can we exhibit and affirm our identity? It is only when we transform the cash crops, not only coffee, cocoa, anything that we have, but during the short period that we've had, Choco Togo began in 2015, and to date we are 7 years old. There is something which is essential, and which here we are saying that we don't see the impact. You know, women and the youth are very strategic for the growth for the economic growth of our countries. If we take coffee and cocoa, which are cash crops, and if these women are involved in the consumption, since we only talk about, we are not talking about transformation also, processing also, we also talk about consumption. It's in our homes. We can have one single coffee cup per day. It means that the cocoa product that we cultivate will be processed and consumed locally. It's only by consuming locally that we will really overcome the challenge of creating wealth. Reason why I want to invite the technical group to let us look at a single activity we undertake or that we did. We trained the women so that these women will acquire the elementary technical processes of cocoa, and then in our homes we can find the product of our home. Coffee is not a luxury. Chocolate is not a luxury, but it's a product that can take part not only in creating wealth but for a good health. Thank you. Let's have a look at the video. Promoting local consumption through cocoa into derived products. Here at Badape in the Kote region, this is an exercise on which the people want to learn in a simple manner in transforming the product. Finished product that can serve as an means of income for women, so that they will fight against poverty and improve their daily lives. We want them to do it and sell them in schools. And when they sell them in schools, the children will also have access to these products. If we show them how to prepare and how to process, they will only do it in their home. And I'm sure that since they have been able to process it in their kitchen, she will make it accessible to everybody and to enjoy it in their homes, in the village, in our community, in the city, and with all that we are doing. It is the real strategy of local consumption. I've seen cocoa oil. I never knew it. I have never known that cocoa can produce oil, which could be into the consumption in our homes. The idea is to bring women to consume their product locally in their homes, and this way their local kitchen equipment, they're supported by FAO, who help these women and to undertake actions of making these products a value added. We have to show the producers that they don't need necessarily a transformation units in order to process their cocoa or their coffee into finished products. Through their own kitchen tools that they use, they began processing coffee into various products that can be traded at a local level. At the same time, in the long term, we are working to put in relationship with the aggregators who can come and buy the semi-transformed product and finish the finishing. That will be too for exportation. The procedure is in the strategic plan of the government, which is the National Action Plan that promotes the processing of local products to create wealth and research. I just want to say thank you to CCFCC, who gave us the real opportunity of having access to a chocolate hall, and I also want to say thank you to the CFCC that gave me the opportunity to really discover what it meant. And to you who are in this room, we want you to not end with this whole hall. We want to plead to you that women and children and the youth will be involved in your development strategy, because we are sure that we can write a story of our nation together. Thank you. May God bless you. Merci.
Presentation. At this point, I would like to call upon a young, dynamic lady. I'm actually honored to present her because she has worked so hard
to get herself to where she is right now. She's a young lady. Her name is Traoré Fatoumata, étudiante en Master 1 de gestion de l'Université Alassane Ouattara de Bouaké.
A master's student in Alassane Ouattara University, and she's an entrepreneur in transforming the soluble coffee in the University of Bouaké.
Young lady, here she comes. She is a very determined person. She got to know about Ayako through our dear friend, Mr. Please stand up, please, for recognition. Mr. Abdallah Diop. She got to know him she got to know us through Mr. Abdallah Diop, and she made sure, she ensured that she came here just for this event. And just to pick a point from what Madam Umbula said, she said something about opportunities. Having to, seize opportunities when the time comes. And Fatoumata has done that today by making sure she's here to just tell us about her story, tell us about what she's doing in school as a student, selling coffee as a student. Fatoumata, over to you, please.
Je vais mettre à côté de ma filleule.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis...
Good morning all. My name is Fatoumata Traoré, student in Master 1 in Management in Alassane Ouattara of Bouaké in Côte d'Ivoire. I'm also an entrepreneur, and I sell soluble coffee in my university. It is through the social network that I knew Abdallah Diop, who gave me a sound of what is taking place here, and she said, my sister, you should come here and sell and share your experiences so that you let the people who will be here know what you are capable of doing and what you do. So I do soluble coffee, and I want to do local coffee, given the fact that Côte d'Ivoire is a producer of coffee. It produces coffee, but we consume more of the instant coffee. So a reason why I am here to seize much opportunity and have more openness, and also ask some people to support me, because as a student it's not that easy. The means to come here was even challenging. I had to take the trip by road, and the road is not that easy to come here, but it's determination that was my strength, and it is my decision that helped me to be here.
Et donc, je remercie par ailleurs.
Donc, I hereby thank the Togolese delegation. I also thank Ayako that brought me to this activity. I also thank Abdallah because it all happened through him. If I hadn't known him, I wouldn't have been here. I thank you all. That's my story. Grand merci, c'est très
nice, because that is the power of determination. When a woman decides to take her destiny and her future in her hands, she will travel many mountains and many roads to be here. Thank you so much for coming. Now we are heading to our first panel session, and we have panelists from across Africa, from Ghana, from Nigeria. We have one of our panelists coming in virtually from America. You're going to be hearing the stories of women in our value chain who are doing a tremendous amount of work building the value chains on their shoulders and their heads, as we say it in Africa. Please, we're going to be making welcome all of our panelists. I'm just going to head there and introduce them. Oh, it feels good to be up here. It really feels good. First, I would like to introduce our panelists, and as I read their profiles, they will join us. I would also encourage the panelists to please bring your products as you come on board. First, I have the amazing, delectable, powerful woman from Ghana, my sister, Amy Beth Aku Kwansin Amebo. Please let's give her a round of applause. She is a coffee entrepreneur and the founder and CEO of Kawa Mocha. Kawa Mocha is Ghana's largest specialty coffee roaster who sources, processes, and roasts grown coffee in Ghana for global retail and regional cafes. The mission of our company is to create jobs and economic impact in rural communities, providing a pathway for global market for Ghanaian coffee farmers, particularly women farmers, and support and encourage inter-Africa trade of high-quality, well-packaged products between neighboring countries and across the continent. Please let's make welcome again my dear sister from the Black Star, Ghana. It's good to see you. Secondly, on our panel, we have a beautiful lady from...
Second on our panel, we have, as she said, a very beautiful lady. Her name is Ms. Ifeoma Arua. She's a consumer experience at Happy Coffee, Nigeria, which is a leading Nigerian indigenous coffee brand. Since 2017, her experience with coffee has evolved and involved working as a barista. Being a Holmes coffee enthusiast, educating people about coffee beans, brewing methods, serving coffee at different events. Ifeoma Arua has organized coffee tours, book reading events, and the aim of creating a coffee community. She co-founded the Lagos Coffee Festival in Lagos, Nigeria. She currently leads the consumer experience design team at Happy Coffee. Ifeoma is committed to putting the Nigerian coffee beans on the world map and creating delightful coffee experience for Africa, especially Nigeria. As a designer and writer, Ifeoma uses both mediums to help coffee lovers and enthusiasts better appreciate and enjoy their daily coffee. Learning the art of making coffee become a way to educate people, express herself, and made her curious about the coffee industry. She is passionate about aiding young people reach their academic career goals while serving to create impact. She believes the extent to which the narrative of Africa will change depends on the commitment of its people to build the continent and business to create jobs. Ms. Ifeoma, please.
Please let's give a round of applause. Thank you. On our third panel, she is zooming in from America. She's also a dear friend. Her name is Princess E. Newbold. She's the founder and CEO of Avani Soaps USA. She'll be joining us virtually. She's a certified Louisiana soap maker with a diverse background in education, consulting, and sales. Princess is the owner and CEO of Avani Soaps Limited, who focuses on luxury natural self-care products that contribute to the overall consumer health, cleaner environment, and economic community uplift. Please let's make welcome my sister and friend, Princess from America. Let's give her a round of applause.
Our next panelist is Ms. Esther Otiono. She's the founder and managing director of Barista Pro Kenya, a barista school based in Nairobi, Kenya. A passionate coffee educator, coffee lover, and enthusiast with a drive and passion to empower youth through coffee education and barista skills, training to help improve quality of brewed coffee with the aim of improving coffee consumption and youth economic empowerment. Please make welcome Ms. Esther Otieno.
Thank you, sis. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much. Our panel session will be quite short but very impactful. All the women here are very powerful in their own ways, and we'd like you all to personally introduce yourself. So it's a minute each. You tell us your first name, last name, whether you're married, single. This place might have your future husband, so be clear about that. I'm just kidding. Tell us about... Yes, tell us your organization and your favorite color. In psychology, they say your favorite color tells about your character, so be careful.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ifeoma Arua from Nigeria. I work with Happy Coffee as the consumer experience manager. Favorite color, mustard yellow. I'm also known as the coffee tigress.
So, what does mustard yellow feel for you? Why mustard yellow?
Vibrant, lively, adventurous, sunshine.
Sunshine. So, like I said, they say your favorite color tells about your character. Ifeoma took about how many hours from Nigeria to get here? She was on the boat. She came by sea to Port Novo, and she also rode in the boat. So please, that says a lot about you. Next, we have the admirable leader of the coffee growth in Ghana, very powerful woman, my friend and sister. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Princess. I'm honored to be on a panel of women. Can you hear me?
No, turn it on.
I did.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Princess. I'm very honored to be on a panel of women. It's very refreshing. My name is Amy Beth Quanson, as introduced. I am very much married. I have 2 children, 5 and 4. They are quite the terrorists. And my favorite color is red.
Why do you like red?
My blood is hot.
And we know that, and we know that's why the Ghana specialty coffee is growing. And to my beautiful sister, Esther, please kindly introduce yourself, your organization, and your favorite color. And tell us whether you're single, married, or not.
Okay, my name is Esther Otieno. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm the founder and managing director of Barista Pro, which is a barista school that is 8 years old now. And my favorite color is black.
Oh.
The reason why I love black, it's bold and beautiful.
All right, I don't need to see any more. So we're going to go quickly to our questions. We have one more person online. Yes, my friend from America. Please kindly introduce yourself, the name of your company, and your favorite color.
As mentioned, I am Princess Newbold from Louisiana, United States. I am happily divorced, mother of 1. I own Avani Soaps, LLC, and my favorite color is also red.
Oh, wow. So why do you like red, Princess?
It reminds me of action and excitement and passion.
Awesome. Thank you. So we're going to go right into our panel sessions, and we're going to be hearing a lot about the work our women are doing, especially post-COVID. There's been a lot of innovation around every sector, adding technology, social media. But we like to, start with Amy Beth. She is the owner of the largest coffee processing center in Ghana. She's doing a lot of work in ensuring that our Ghanaian coffee doesn't go to waste, which happens in a lot of our countries. Amy Beth, I would like to ask you first, and looking at your extensive journey, how you've built your company with very limited resources, how have you been able to move from an underdog to a front runner in our continent today and as a woman? Thank you.
Thank you, Princess. I'd say it's persistence and having the big picture, but being willing to work one step at a time to get there. My first journey into coffee was in 2007, in my final year in university. I hope I'm not revealing too much about my age. But I wrote a thesis on starting a cafe, and the university, I went to Ashesi University in Ghana, it equipped me to start a cafe, because I was doing this as a thesis. There was a lovely, summer hut on one of the campuses that was empty, and it had a beautiful green grass space. And I said, hey, I have this idea for a cafe, can I do it? And they said, yes, you can do it. So then I started negotiating, can I do it for free? So you'll find that as an entrepreneur with a big dream and no money, you will need to be very resourceful about getting people on your team, and building something from nothing. So that's really how I started into coffee. I must say that I was encouraged by a Kenyan at the time, and he was working in Ghana, and he would always tell me, Amy Beth, why don't Ghanaians drink coffee? And I'm like, but we have coffee. He's like, nah, that's not coffee. So that helped also, get me interested in the industry. So I did that in my final year, and then went on to work with PricewaterhouseCoopers for 6 years. And that also helped me to hone skills that would later on prove very useful when I returned into coffee. So in 2013, after working for 6 years, coffee was still calling me. I mean, for those who've been bitten by the coffee bug, there's just something about coffee that's magical. I enjoy the drink as a connector. Whenever you have, radical ideas, you want to meet at a coffee shop and discuss it. You want that drink for energy and to power your dreams. So that's where my love of coffee came from, and it just kept calling me. So speaking on opportunities, in 2013, I had the opportunity to go for a Specialty Coffee Association, where I think Mbula talked a bit about that. I went for my first expo in 2013 in Seattle, and I was gone. After that, I was just like, coffee people are very cool. There's a lot of opportunity in the industry. I didn't know there were so many jobs. You could be a barista. I took my first roasting class, and I just fell in love with coffee. So I came back to Ghana and started my first cafe with virtually nothing and a few savings. And as they say, the rest is history.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for that. I think one of the areas where we would also like to point today is many of these women on this table started this business with $0, $0 because one of the major questions entrepreneurs ask is, how do I start my business with no money? In 2015, when I started my business in Nigeria, it was $0. As a matter of fact, I was in a value chain that was non-existent. And today, 8 years later, we're the fastest growing coffee brand in Nigeria, and we're positioned to taking over the world. So, thank you. So truly, like my sister said, there is a passion that comes from coffee that when it takes over you, all the women on this table know, once it takes over you, it is coffee. All the women on this table do coffee every day for all of the days of our business. It is every day. We don't do any side hustle. It's coffee every day. The next question is going to go to our sister from Kenya, and
okay,
Grace will take it from there.
Thank you so much, Princess. So I would like to direct our next question to Ifeoma. So what is your role of creating African coffee experiences for the African coffee consumer? And if you can kindly give us one strategy that Happy Coffee deploys to boost customer engagement.
Okay, for what I do for Happy Coffee, when I joined Happy Coffee, we didn't really have a roadmap in terms of who are we selling to. Do people really take?
I can't hear you.
Sorry, please.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Speak up.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. There was no roadmap to, okay, if I need to do this, there is a... So we had to start from the scratch. We had to understand the market we are serving. And one of the things that really helped me is I love to read. So I read this book written by a strategist in Nigeria called The Villager, which is based on brands and selling to the African market and consumers. And I took tips from the book and I started working with it. And what I realized is the way the average African consumer brand is different from what you experience outside of Africa. So you have to create your strategies around how do they love to consume products or services. So we entered into, if you know us in Nigeria, we love parties. We call them Owambes. Like, we're tired, we're going to parties and all that. So we entered into the party space. And that's how we met a lot of people who love coffees. So we are the first coffee brand to serve coffee at a wedding in Nigeria. And so far, we've infiltrated that space. For every type of coffee, every type of event, you'll find Happy Coffee there. Be it a wedding, a bridal shower, a naming ceremony. We have different coffee setup for different occasions. And then we also went for a lot of fairs, because if you're trying to engage with a particular set of people, you have to be out there, you have to be in their faces, you have to introduce your product to them, you have to tell them this is this. And the fact that our product is 100% Nigerian, a lot of people just embrace it because it's coming from our soil. They want to test, the product from their own country. And that's how we started, creating that structure where we are meeting the Nigerian needs. How do they like to drink their coffee? Where do they meet to drink their coffee? How can we meet them in those spaces rather than just creating a shop where you expect them to come to? And basically, that's how we started.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And that's very critical. A lot of times when we talk about coffee in Africa, we like to see coffee through the eyes of the West. But I'm one of those people who are of the opinion that we must create African experiences for the African consumer when it comes to coffee. Yes, in America, in Europe, they drink coffee in cafes. But like she rightly said, I remember when I was in college in America, I did a 3-year study on Starbucks. And the reason why they drink coffee in cafes was because they were looking for a third space. In Africa, we already have third spaces. People already congregate in parties. They already congregate at home. The idea is, how do we infuse coffee into our daily and into our lifestyle? That's all. And like she rightly said, that's one of the things Happy Coffee is doing. Should we go online or should we go to Kenya first? Online. Okay, Princess has been waiting online. We got her up. She's about 6 hours ahead of behind us, and she's been up. So we apologize for starting late. We want to ask you a very, very critical question. I know people are interested to knowing why you're on this panel. You are from America. We want to know, what is your connection to African coffee, and what are your thoughts about women collaborating with one another, improving the coffee value chain, especially within the artisan framework? Thank you.
If I can give a little backstory, what is popular in America right now amongst Black people is DNA testing and finding out, where our ancestors may have come from. So that led to when we were all at home for the pandemic, I started watching Nollywood movies on Netflix. And I fell in love with this movie called King of Boys, and I followed the entire cast on Instagram. And one day on Instagram, one of the cast members posted Happy Coffee Nigeria. And so I, being an entrepreneur and a woman and starting from scratch, no help from the government or anything, no money, when I read the bio of Princess and her staff and saw what she was doing, I felt compelled to become a part of that. And it kind of fed my need to find my way home, if you will. And so in contacting, we worked it out where I wanted to taste the coffee, 1, and 2, I wanted to see how it would behave in my soaps as an exfoliant. Because our coffee here in America tends to come from all over the globe. Unless you buy top shelf coffee, it comes from all over the place and it's mixed together. And because it comes from these industrial farms, the quality is not as natural as one would like. So in reading everything that I read about Happy Coffee, I figured that ingredient would be a better ingredient for my soaps. And once we worked out, I'll buy the coffee and I'll make the soap and send it back and this, that, and the other, we found that there was a little kink in the supply chain. So that's something else that requires further study. But in making it and tasting the coffee first, it was better than any coffee I've tasted, better than Starbucks, better than, our local coffee shops. And in using the coffee grounds to make the soaps, the response to the Happy Coffee soaps was better than the response to coffee soaps I had made with local coffee makers. And so, in my mind, a partnership was born because you have a superior product. And I think that's how I ended up on the panel, because coffee has so many uses, including in the beauty industry. And the more natural, organic, or less chemically manipulated the product is, the better it works for the health of the skin and the body.
Thank you so much. You know, what we're trying to show you today is the power of our value chain. Many times we are very quick to send our green coffee to the rest of the world, and they process and send that coffee back to us in Africa on our shelves. I like to use Nigeria as a point. When you go to our supermarkets, every coffee that you see on our shelves are imported coffee from green coffee. And creating value for our own products is so critical for the development, the economic development of our continent. Like our Professor Additional would say, that until Africa realizes that farming is a business where we are able to use our raw materials for production and for the empowerment of our people, we are still going to be back many years trying to solve problems of finance that a lot of us face on this table today. And it's a question we're asking everyone on this panel who's from the government: how do we create sustainable finance models and investment for coffee in Africa for women and for young people? I'm not going to say much. We're going to go to our next panelist, who is a brilliant mind. Do you want to introduce her? Who is a brilliant mind in creating jobs and skills in the coffee value chain. I'll let Grace ask her question.
So, Ms. Esther, as a coffee educator, your work has supported the development of coffee skills within the coffee value chain, especially as a barrister. Now, what do we do to develop the African landscape for coffee-related jobs for our new growing youth population?
The first thing is to create awareness of the professions in coffee, because in Africa people still don't know some of these professions under coffee. I'll give an example: barista. It's still a fairly new thing in Africa, and in the developed countries this is not a new thing, so they are far ahead. And right now, the Barista Championship, for example, is a good way of creating awareness of the barista profession. And we also have other competitions, like roasting competitions, that can be able to create awareness for being a roaster. For being a roaster, then there's also these coffee roasting competitions. There's cup tasters competition. So just creating awareness in the profession that people can have under coffee. People still don't know about that. The other thing is providing training and certifications for these professions. Because if somebody is interested in becoming a barista or a roaster or a coffee taster, so where do I get the training from? So in Africa, there are very few qualified trainers for these specific professions under coffee. For example, I'm amongst the first internationally certified baristas in Africa, and I was also the first certified barista trainer in Africa, and that is back in 2006. So we don't have qualified people under these professions. And again, I go back to my first point. People don't know the professions that they can have under coffee. So create awareness. And one of the ways is through these competitions. And I hope we'll be able to see you tomorrow for the Barista Championship so that you see what baristas do for those of you who don't know. The other thing is show importance of having qualified personnel for these professions. Like, what is the importance of me having certification or proper training? Show the value of hiring qualified staff for this job. The other thing is better pay, better pay. I'll again talk about baristas. We are losing a lot of professionally trained baristas to the Gulf countries. We are training baristas, and more than 60% of these trained baristas are going to the Gulf countries. Why? Because we are not appreciating them locally. They are getting paid sometimes even 4 times more in the Gulf countries. So we need to see the importance of these professions and pay them accordingly. The other thing is show progression, career progression. Most people say, okay, I've done it for many years. I've done barista for many years. I've done a roaster for many years. What next? So we need to show them career progression so that when you are done with being a barista, what next? We need to show them that you can progress to being a roaster, to being a coffee shop owner, to being a trainer, owning a barista school like myself. Yeah? So we need to show this youth career progression in this industry so that they can understand the path to take once they are done with a certain career. Then finally, just show them that you don't have to be employed. Because let me speak for Kenya. Right now, jobs are very difficult to get for the youth. And they are wondering, so why should I go to school for 4 years, 6 years, and really there are no jobs? So these short professional courses like roasting courses, barista courses, coffee tasting courses are now becoming popular because you are not taking too much time in school only not to get jobs. So right now we need to show our youth that you don't have to be employed by somebody. Yeah, you can actually be self-employed. You can start your own coffee shop. You can start a coffee kiosk. Just start small and progress from there. So that's what I would advise.
Thank you so brilliantly said. Please, let's give a round of applause. You touched on very critical points in our value chain, which is job creation. There's a young man here who has, we call it e-coffee, where he puts a knapsack on his back and is able to provide employment for other young people from his region. So those are some of the innovations that we, like you rightly said, we need to start speaking up about. Amy Beth, you are a mom. You are a front runner. How do you integrate and balance work-life? I mean, you're here, your family is in Ghana. I know you travel a lot with the ITC. You do a lot of projects. You speak. She does a lot of speaking engagement. How do you integrate life balance? Because I'm sure men would like to know how before they send their wives on the coffee journey.
It takes a village. It takes a village. I have a huge support system back at home that are cheering for me and that fully supports me. My husband is awesome. Like, he always makes sure that the kids go to school, they're happy. I don't have to worry about it when I'm away. My mom is always there. My mom-in-law is always there. So I have a huge support system, and I know that it's a big privilege for me to have that because some people don't. But that really helps me to be able to go around and be my best self. And I think it's also important. The entrepreneurial journey is so lonely as it is. And a lot of us tend to close into ourselves because, you know, you're struggling. You can never really explain to people how it's like, even though you're building a vision and you're driving it. So I've found that speaking about it, drawing people into my vision has really helped in providing that platform and leeway. I have a board that is so amazing. I have people that have bought into my vision, from family to everybody. So they all go out of their way to be enablers in making this vision come to life. And I think it's important in your journey to find those people who understand what you want to create, who maybe have gone through that path, and keep them in your circle. So those are a couple of things that have helped me on this journey. But definite shout out to all women and all mothers, you know, just going every day trying to make their dreams come true. So well done.
Thank you, Amy Beth. Thank you for showing us that in Africa, women can be in roles of decision making. I think that a lot of times, and I say this very sternly, that Africa, most times when we're being shown on different platforms, we're shown as women in the farm. But today, you can see that we're not just in the farms anymore. We're women who are in the value chain, making decisions, building empires. In a couple of years, some of us will be running for the highest offices of our country. Me particularly. So when that time comes, I'm sure I'll get a lot of support from my women on this team. Ms. Ifoma, technology has become very critical in the role of entrepreneurship in Africa as a whole. Post-COVID, it showed us that an entire economy can crumble. How do young people use technology to boost their businesses? I like to say that after God and my family, the internet is the third most powerful tool that young people can use to boosting their business. Can you show us or tell us one thing about the internet and social media in terms of building your business?
Okay, like I always say that we're grateful to be in a generation where we have easy access to all the technology we need. Even if you don't know the technical know-how, there's someone who is willing to come aboard to help you. Okay, for us back home at Happy Coffee, one of the things that really helped us is we have a group of young people who just love the brand, embrace us. They call themselves the Happy Coffee Tribe. I mean, they fall in different age brackets, and they use their zeal, their zest, just naming their technical know-how to help us put the brand out there. I mean, you wake up, you're seeing engagement with a coffee artist somewhere, views, you know, different platforms, TikTok.
I want you to, you know, I know there are young people here, but when you say reels, what social media?
Okay,
like,
so
is it WhatsApp? Is it Instagram?
Like, I'm very good with WhatsApp. WhatsApp calls it a story. So I always encourage young people, it's not just for you to just post. You share a story on WhatsApp. Believe me, you get traction. Like, I wake up every day, I have something in my head, I plan it out with pictures. By the time you're reading, you are nodding and say, okay, I need to order a pack. I know someone who loves coffee and I want to buy for the person. So WhatsApp is there, Twitter is there, Instagram is there, and they're all creating, you know, easy tools that we can use to create content. Just find your strength. I'm not very good with Instagram Reels. I'm very good with WhatsApp. I know I can twist, I can play, I can sell on WhatsApp, and I use it to just name. I wake up, I can know what to do with WhatsApp stories. So these tools are all there to help us. It's not just, oh, I have to open a website for my business. There are other, like Facebook has a short website that you can just open within your app and connect to your store. On Google, you have the Google My Business platform that is even now connected to Google Maps. So you're on Google Maps, they click on coffee near me, your store or your kiosk is popping up. These are some of the tools that we have been using to drive engagement and sales on our platform.
Thank you so much, Ifoma. That's really amazing. I mean, most of the things she said now, I never really knew that you could do that, especially with WhatsApp, because I hope that all the youths are listening, because most times we just post on our status kind of funny things, but you can actually use WhatsApp for a lot, which is what I've just learned now. So I hope that most of our youths have learned this, and you can, based on what she has said, just use your WhatsApp and every other social media to grow your business. So now I would like to go over to Princess. Princess, are you still here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
All right. So, Princess, how do you create more impact with your business?
In a couple of ways. Our city of New Orleans is in danger of being taken over by the Gulf, constant flooding, hurricane damage, and so forth. So we are largely known for parades and celebrations and festivals. And a lot of times historically, we call it throws, but it's a lot of plastic and things that don't break down in the environment. So with my soap, instead of someone just throwing it away, they are using it, and then the packaging is recyclable. So that's in the environment. Also, there are school systems around where I donate to children who may not have access to the personal care products that they need, or in an emergency situation, if the school has to provide it, they will have access to that. I also donate to a local battered women's shelter. So I'm all about, the empowerment of the community, or at least sustaining the community. I am currently working on most of the trades that they put in high schools for students who choose not to go to a university. Most trades tend to be male-oriented, where it's mechanics and construction and stuff like that. And with the girls, it's probably cosmetology or something like that. So I am working with a local school district to go in and train young ladies on how to make my products to become entrepreneurs if they decide not to attend college.
I know that I had a discussion with you last week, and you were willing to train our women here in Africa on, her soap is here. We can show that this is one of the products that she made from Nigerian coffee. I know you had said that you would be willing to have video sessions on how we can train women in indigenous areas on creating coffee products from soap. So we're looking forward to working on that with you. And we're going to be rounding up this session very soon. We wanted you to also quickly tell us one thing that you would like to tell an African woman out there. We're rounding up the session. Tell us one word you would like to give to an African woman out there in the coffee industry. One word of encouragement.
Have faith. One word of encouragement.
Yes.
Have faith and just follow your path and be focused. The reason why I'm saying be focused is when I was starting, as I told you, the barista profession was something very new in Kenya and in Africa. And people were saying, Esther, maybe you should start with a coffee shop, it's more popular. And I just remained focused, and I said what I want to do is a barista school. So remain focused and have faith. The reason why I'm saying again have faith is most of us are fearful. We don't know what is going to happen. But immediately you take that leap of faith, the doors just start opening. So that's what I focus and have faith.
Thank you. To Amy Beth, one word for an African woman out there in the coffee industry.
I'd say look for partnerships, look for collaborators. We've worked with a number of organizations, Tony Elumelu. We're currently a partner for ITC in the EUA CPS project. They all make the journey a bit easier as they bring something to the table. So don't do it alone. Look for partnerships.
Thank you. Princess, one word for an African woman out there in the coffee industry.
You have the most valuable asset from a global perspective in your possession.
Thank you. And Missy Foma, one word for an African woman out there.
I'll say be open-minded. The opportunities are always there. Be open-minded to embrace them as they come.
We want to thank you so much for listening on this amazing panel. It's been a pleasure. myself, Princess Adenka, and my sister here, Grace, from the Ayako Secretariat. We want to thank you for listening on us, and we bid you safe trip. The meeting is not over. We are going to our next segment, and Grace will take it from there. Thank you.
Okay, just to make a quick correction, sorry about that. Right now we'll go for lunch, and we'll be back in an hour's time to continue the next panel. Please. Thank you.
Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Faure Sozimna Gnassingbé, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'Hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e Symposium du café africain. Dans l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Faure Sozimna Gnassingbé, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144 5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, que prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son Excellence M. Faure Sozimna, le président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Kofi, you are my favorite.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouvertes les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
L'élément déterminant, je le cite toujours, c'est d'encourager les jeunes à pouvoir vraiment rejoindre cette dynamique du secteur agricole. Parce que les jeunes sont beaucoup démotivés et nous voulons créer toutes les conditions idoines pour leur permettre d'adhérer véritablement à cette dynamique de recherche pour le café. Dans notre culture, nous avons tendance à mettre au second plan le genre, donc la femme. Nous voulons insister surtout sur cet aspect parce qu'il est temps que nous puissions remettre, même mettre en place ces valeurs-là. Cette cible est due pour l'essentiel à l'existant. Parce que, comme je l'ai dit dans mes propos, les femmes sont beaucoup plus nombreuses dans le secteur et on n'arrive pas à les mettre dans l'évidence. C'est aujourd'hui plus que jamais le moment de les encourager et de reconnaître cette valeur. Nous avons connu des crises diverses qui a fait que la production a beaucoup chuté en Afrique. Et il est temps que nous puissions vraiment mettre en place tous les ingrédients nécessaires pour encourager la consommation, ce qui pourrait susciter de l'intérêt pour la production. Dans l'expectative que le partage d'informations ouvrira la voie pour générer des idées qui donnent des inspirations pour le développement de nouvelles propositions de projets de recherche pouvant être envoyés à différents partenaires et donateurs pour des appuis techniques et financiers. Tout en souhaitant un plein succès à vos travaux, je déclare ouverte la conférence scientifique des chercheurs du réseau sur le café africain. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Oui, je suis Dr Harmalalaye Panatali. Je travaille au FOFIFA, c'est un centre de recherche appliqué pour le développement rural à Madagascar. Et je travaille sur le programme café dans le centre. À Madagascar, la production de café est surtout dominée par le Robusta et l'Arabica n'est que 5% de la production. Et ainsi, le sujet de ma présentation, c'est de se focaliser sur la recherche, sur l'amélioration de l'Arabica pour pouvoir améliorer la plantation d'Arabica à Madagascar. Pour moi, c'est la première fois que je participe et c'est un honneur de participer à ça pour pouvoir partager déjà ce que nous, on a à Madagascar sur la recherche et le produit qu'on fait à partir de la recherche et ici aussi de faire des échanges et en même temps de créer une sorte de réseau pour le café ici dans la région.
Quand on parle de la recherche, il faut prendre sur toute la chaîne de valeur et la production, la transformation et la consommation.
Cette solidarité nous fait défaut, je ne crois pas qu'on peut avancer.
Moi, je vais prier vraiment le secrétariat de l'OIAC de faire diligence dans ce sens.
Ça, c'est les évaluations du contexte de l'innovation du côté projet avec le site.
Qui est naturellement décaféiné.
Sur les 29 communications prévues pour la présentation, 23 communications ont été présentées par 20 chercheurs venant de 14 pays.
En ouvrant ce jour la 5e conférence scientifique couplée aux réunions annuelles 2022 de l'OIAC, je voudrais exprimer la gratitude des 25 pays membres de l'OIAC à l'endroit de nos chercheurs, de nos partenaires et des personnes impliquées dans différentes recherches sur toute la chaîne de valeur du café africain. L'industrie du café est la principale source de revenus de plus de 12 millions de ménages en Afrique et un pilier essentiel de la lutte contre la pauvreté rurale. L'industrie du café procure à nos États des recettes fiscales et des devises. Elle constitue par ailleurs une source de sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle ainsi que de création d'emplois en milieu rural et également en milieu urbain.
Today it was a meeting of the Coffee Scientific Conference. The purpose of this conference was to bring scientists from the continent to come and share information on research studies on some scientific technologies that have been developed.
À Madagascar, la production de café est surtout dominée par le Robusta et l'Arabica n'est que 5% de la production. Et ainsi, le sujet de ma présentation, c'est de se focaliser sur la recherche, sur l'amélioration de l'Arabica pour pouvoir améliorer la plantation d'Arabica à Madagascar.
Networks have been established following the exchanges they have made. We also expect some countries that are behind in their research areas to link up with those countries that have advanced studies in this area of research and development. Yeah, so it's a good platform for people to get together and get this information and see how we can cooperate as a region in addressing some of the challenges facing the coffee value chain. Yes, as you might know, our production and productivity have been going down, so we need to do more research in developing better varieties to increase the productivity and production.
We started in Medellin, Colombia in 2017, then Campinas, Brazil in 2019. In 2023, we are excited to announce that the Third World Coffee Producers Forum is coming to Kigali, Rwanda. Bringing together an impressive group of experts, this forum is here to create national coffee sustainability plans that will help coffee producers design and implement comprehensive coffee policies, all to secure a prosperous future for coffee producers worldwide. So join us from the 13th to the 14th of February 2023 at the Kigali Convention Center. For more information and to register, visit www.worldcoffeeproducersforum.com.
Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Faure-Sozim Nanyasingbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'Hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e Symposium du café africain. Dans l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Forisozim Nanyasingbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son excellence M. Forisozim Nanyasingbe, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Coffee, you are my favorite taste.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouverte les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
L'élément déterminant, je le cite toujours, c'est d'encourager les jeunes à pouvoir vraiment rejoindre cette dynamique du secteur agricole, parce que les jeunes sont beaucoup démotivés et nous voulons créer toutes les conditions idoines pour leur permettre d'adhérer véritablement à cette dynamique pour le café. Dans notre culture, nous avons tendance à mettre au second plan le genre, donc la femme. Nous voulons insister surtout sur cet aspect parce qu'il est temps que nous puissions remettre, même mettre en place ces valeurs-là. Cette cible est due pour l'essentiel à l'existant. Parce que, comme je l'ai dit dans mes propos, les femmes sont beaucoup plus nombreuses dans le secteur et on n'arrive pas à les mettre dans l'évidence. C'est aujourd'hui plus que jamais le moment de les encourager et de reconnaître cette valeur. Nous avons connu des crises diverses qui a fait que la production a beaucoup chuté en Afrique. Et il est temps que nous puissions vraiment mettre en place tous les ingrédients nécessaires pour encourager la consommation, ce qui pourrait susciter de l'intérêt pour la production. sommes dans l'expectative que le partage d'informations ouvrira la voie pour générer des idées qui donnent des inspirations pour le développement de nouvelles propositions de projets de recherche pouvant être envoyés à différents partenaires et donateurs pour des appuis techniques et financiers. Tout en souhaitant un plein succès à vos travaux, je déclare ouverte la conférence scientifique des chercheurs du réseau sur le café africain. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Oui, je suis Dr Malalaye Panatali. Je travaille au FOFIFA, c'est un centre de recherche appliqué pour le développement rural à Madagascar. Et je travaille sur le programme café dans le centre. À Madagascar, la production de café est surtout dominée par le Robusta et l'Arabica n'est que 5% de la production. Et ainsi, le sujet de ma présentation, c'est de se focaliser sur la recherche, sur l'amélioration de l'Arabica pour pouvoir améliorer la plantation d'Arabica à Madagascar. Pour moi, c'est la première fois que je participe et c'est un honneur de participer à ça pour pouvoir partager déjà ce que nous, on a à Madagascar sur la recherche et le produit qu'on fait à partir de la recherche et ici aussi de faire des échanges et en même temps de créer une sorte de réseau pour le café ici dans la région.
Quand on parle de la recherche, il faut prendre sur toute la chaîne de valeur et la production, la transformation et la consommation.
Cette solidarité nous fait défaut, je ne crois pas qu'on peut avancer. Moi, je vais prier vraiment le secrétariat de l'OIAC de faire diligence dans ce sens.
Ça, c'est l'élaboration de l'implémentation du projet avec des sites.
Qui est naturellement décaféiné.
Sur les 29 communications prévues pour la présentation, 23 communications ont été présentées par 20 chercheurs venant de 14 pays.
En ouvrant ce jour la 5e conférence scientifique couplée aux réunions annuelles 2022 de l'OIAC, je voudrais exprimer la gratitude des 25 pays membres de l'OIAC à l'endroit de nos chercheurs, de nos partenaires et des personnes impliquées dans différentes recherches sur toute la chaîne de valeur du café africain. L'industrie du café est la principale source de revenus de plus de 12 millions de ménages en Afrique et un pilier essentiel de la lutte contre la pauvreté rurale. L'industrie du café procure à nos États des recettes fiscales et des devises. Elle constitue par ailleurs une source de sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle ainsi que de création d'emplois en milieu rural et également en milieu urbain.
Today it was a meeting of a coffee scientific conference. The purpose of this conference was to bring scientists from the continent to come and share information on research studies on some scientific technologies that have been developed.
À Madagascar, la production de café est surtout dominée par le Robusta et l'Arabica n'est que 5% de la production. Et ainsi, le sujet de ma présentation, c'est de se focaliser sur la recherche, sur l'amélioration de l'Arabica pour pouvoir améliorer la plantation d'Arabica à Madagascar.
Networks have been established following the exchanges they have made. We also expect some countries that are behind in their research areas to link up with those countries that have advanced studies in this area of research and development. Yeah, so it's a good platform for people to get together and get this information and see how we can cooperate as a region in addressing some of the challenges facing the coffee value chain. Yes, as you might know, our production and productivity have been going down, so we need to do more research in developing better varieties to increase the productivity and production.
We started in Medellin, Colombia in 2017, then Campinas, Brazil in 2019. In 2023, we are excited to announce that the Third World Coffee Producers Forum is coming to Kigali, Rwanda. Bringing together an impressive group of experts, this forum is here to create national coffee sustainability plans that will help coffee producers design and implement comprehensive coffee policies, all to secure a prosperous future for coffee producers worldwide. So join us from the 13th to the 14th of February 2023 at the Kigali Convention Center. For more information and to register, visit www.worldcoffeeproducersforum.com.
Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence, Monsieur Symposium Singbe, président de la République togolaise, Lomé accueille du 14 au 18 novembre 2022 à l'Hôtel de Février les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Des délégués et experts des 25 pays africains membres et d'autres continents sont attendus à cette importante rencontre qui sera essentiellement consacrée aux jeunes et aux femmes dans l'industrie du café. Les points d'attraction de cette rencontre seront le forum politique de haut niveau, la 5e conférence scientifique sur le café africain, la 62e Assemblée générale, les réunions de comité et le 10e Symposium du café africain, dont l'une des sessions inédites sera le premier concours africain des jeunes baristas de café. Cet événement international constitue des opportunités d'échange sur les grands enjeux liés à la filière café en Afrique. Infoline 22 27 09 45 91 44 58 00. Ensemble, valorisons le café africain. Under the high patronage of His Excellency Symposium Singbe, President of the Togolese Republic, Lomé is hosting from November 14 to 18, 2022 at the De Février Hotel the annual meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Delegates and experts from the 25 African member countries and other continents are expected to attend this important meeting, which will be mainly devoted to young people and women in the coffee industry. The focal point of this meeting will be the high-level political forum, the 5th Scientific Conference on African Coffee, the 62nd General Assembly, committee meetings, and the 10th African Coffee Symposium, one of the unique sessions of which will be the first African competition for young coffee baristas. This international event provides opportunities for exchanges on the major issues related to the coffee sector in Africa. Infoline 2227-0945 9144-5800. Together, let's promote African coffee.
Je souhaite alors plein succès à nos travaux et que vive, prospère la consommation du café. Je vous remercie.
La thématique telle qu'elle transparaît dans cette 22e session révèle quelque chose. Nous avons des jeunes, nous avons des femmes. Nous voulons les mettre à production sur cette filière-là pour plus de valeur ajoutée, plus de création d'emplois pour ces jeunes-là qui ne sont que demandeurs. Nous ne pouvons plus continuer d'exporter nos emplois. Nos jeunes en demandent. Transformons nos productions sur place. Et d'ailleurs, c'est cette dynamique qu'entretient le Togo sous la haute impulsion de son Excellence M. Symposium Singbe, président de la République. Transformer sur place ici nos matières premières. C'est un engagement qui est pris, nous restons fermes là-dessus.
Sophie, you are my favorite.
Nous sommes contents d'être au Togo. Le sujet avance très bien au niveau de la durabilité du café. Il y a une mobilisation, il y a une volonté politique des États membres. Et je suis confiant pour la suite des travaux. On a un secrétaire général qui est très dynamique. Et je pense qu'on a raison d'être optimiste pour l'avenir.
Je déclare ouverte les réunions annuelles de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
L'élément déterminant, je le cite toujours, c'est d'encourager les jeunes à pouvoir vraiment rejoindre cette dynamique du secteur agricole, parce que les jeunes sont beaucoup démotivés et nous voulons créer toutes les conditions idoines pour leur permettre d'adhérer véritablement à cette dynamique que nous recherchons pour le café. Dans notre culture, nous avons tendance à mettre au second plan le genre, donc la femme. Nous voulons insister surtout sur cet aspect parce qu'il est temps que nous puissions remettre, même mettre en place ces valeurs-là. Cette cible est due pour l'essentiel à l'existant. Parce que, comme je l'ai dit dans mes propos, les femmes sont beaucoup plus nombreuses dans le secteur et on n'arrive pas à les mettre dans l'évidence. C'est aujourd'hui plus que jamais le moment de les encourager et de reconnaître cette valeur. Nous avons connu des crises diverses qui a fait que la production a beaucoup chuté en Afrique. Et il est temps que nous puissions vraiment mettre en place tous les ingrédients nécessaires pour encourager la consommation, ce qui pourrait susciter de l'intérêt pour la production.
qui ont modéré le premier panel. Elles vont revenir sur scène. Nos deux vaillantes dames, Grace et sa sœur jumelle, Princesse.
Had a good lunch? Did we have good lunch? Okay, awesome. So thank you so much for still coming back to listen to the second panel. As Princess had already mentioned earlier, it's really going to be a good time, and we're looking forward to your participation when that time comes. So without wasting much of your time, we would want to invite l'ensemble culturel Les Griottes Noires du Togo, qui présente le spectacle de contes.
Who present the spectacle on My Wonderful Coffee.
Oh, grand-père, mais il est où? Mais il est où mon grand-père? Dites-le-moi.
Ola ogbe mete ya yi dzo ma wo ƒoe ɖe ye nu lo ka ogbe mete ya yi dzo lo. Okpɔli ka ogbe mete ya yi dzo. Okpɔli ka ogbe mete be ya yi dzo ma wo ƒoe ɖe ye nu lo ka ogbe mete ya yi dzo lo. Oh ma petite fille, tu es déjà là?
Oui, grand-père, bonne arrivée.
Daughter, you are around? Oh, Grandpa, you're welcome. No, I used to tell you short stories, and this evening I want to tell you the story of birds who, after harvesting a lot of coffee, went to see God the Creator and asked Him why He has teeth and He doesn't live like the other birds. But I won't tell you that one this evening. Why? I would rather tell you a life issue. I will tell the story of the youth of your village. Well, you are right. I have noticed recently that the youth leaves the village. But why do they leave the village? All the youth are running away from the village just because they are following the traces of coffee. And they go to Lomé. Coffee, when it leaves our village, it goes to Lomé, so all the youth leave the village for Lomé. Right? Do you mean coffee is also in the Mediterranean Sea, in the desert? And what is the issue of Mediterranean Sea and in the desert? I have noticed that some died there. So the youth of our village, of course. I also learned this information on TV 5 Monde. It's very sad. Well, coffee doesn't stop in Lomé. When coffee leaves our village, it doesn't stop in Lomé. It goes to Europe. But the youth of our village doesn't understand this. Let me tell you this. They are having a confusion between the free movement of people and wealth and services. Well, you are right. Coffee and cocoa, you don't need visa to go to Europe, you know. But the youth, they need a visa before they go to Europe. And since they don't have free access to the visa, they want to go to Europe through a strange means. What do we do then? Well, before you know what you do, I don't know on behalf of what we can think that we can go to Europe by swimming. Are you strong as strong as swimming to Europe? I also have a desire. My daughter, my young daughter, my granddaughter, I don't want to see what I've been saying on the media regarding you. They used to go through the desert believing that they can have free access to Europe instead of staying in their homes. Well, you're asking me, my granddaughter, about what you could do. I know that you help your mother in a large coffee farm. That is already good, but the production itself is not sufficient. I believe that you should help your mother to go to the school of coffee processing, local coffee processing. We have one like this. We have the issue of people we know very much, so we can go to their school and we have the non-school processed coffee, so we can also process coffee in our home here, and that will create a job. Well, I understand, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. For you and for your sisters, your brothers, and your friends, I know they will come back. When they will stay in Lomé, believing that the herbs of the capital are greener than their village, they will come back. They will come to work in the village. Okay? So the grasses of the gardens are not greener than ours. Europe, they all come to our place as well. They all come. So tomorrow morning, I don't used to tell you stories in the morning, but tomorrow morning I will catch up. I will tell you this story of the bats that have, after eating few beans of coffee, want to see the creator and ask the creator why it has teeth, why it doesn't have wings like the other birds. I also tell you the stories of people who work together, like networks of coffee women. We have the women who work together and create jobs in their village in Africa. Africa can show the way forward. My daughter, it's getting late. We are not the only people here. You see everyone? They are here to work. Let's go. Tomorrow morning I'll tell the rest of the story. Thank you.
Please, let's give them a round of applause.
S'il vous plaît, applaudissons pour eux. C'était une prestation si merveilleuse. Il y a une adage qui dit que un mot suffit pour un sage. Avec le gars qu'on peut créer nos propres emplois, on ne doit pas aller par la voie du désert ou aller nager. On peut créer de l'emploi qui va maintenir nos jeunes, ou des choses qu'on voit même à travers l'Afrique où les jeunes vont dans les différents pays pour d'autres opportunités. On sait que à travers le café, on peut créer des opportunités pour des jeunes comme moi-même qui est ici en Afrique. Et merci pour ce sketch, c'est merveilleux. Passons brièvement au second panel. On attend que nos panélistes soient en ligne. Mais pour le moment, nous allons écouter deux témoignages de deux jeunes qui nous parleront de leur voyage dans le café et les types d'innovations qu'ils exposent avec leur entreprise. Mais pour le moment, pendant qu'ils sont là, nous avons plus de questions et plus de dons de café à gagner. Je voudrais donner un don du café de Nigeria. Donc il y a une question encore. Nous avons le numéro 1 à 7. Donc si vous êtes ici, vous attendez à gagner du joli café, du café de Nigeria et aussi du café de l'Ouganda, s'il vous plaît. Dites-nous la question que vous voulez répondre. Puis question 1. Je vois tout, mais je regarde, GZ. Vous voulez, quel nombre vous voulez choisir? Numéro 1. Elle a dit non. Bien. Toute autre personne, autre nombre que vous voulez répondre? Du Kenya. Quel est le nombre que vous voulez choisir? Numéro 5 est déjà parti. Il y a 1 à 4 et 6 à 7. 7. Quel pays est le grand producteur du café? Quel est le pays qui produit le plus grand nombre de quantités de café en Afrique? C'est l'Éthiopie. C'est correct. Un applaudissement pour lui. Il vient de gagner un joli paquet du café du Nigeria. S'il vous plaît, applaudissons pour lui. Merci. plus de questions. Donc il y a de numéro 1 à 4. On va vous présenter ceci, s'il vous plaît. La question du numéro 1 à 4 et numéro 6. Qui veut, mesdames? Il y a beaucoup de dons ce soir à distribuer. Monsieur Mboula, choisissez un nombre, 1 à 4 et numéro 6. Quel nombre?
Number 6. Number 6. This question is too easy for you. No. You pick another question. Number 2. Number 2. How many member states do we have in Ayako? Please don't tell her. Don't use Google. How many member states do we have in Ayako? 25. 25. Please give her a round of applause. Please help me send her a beautiful gift. We'll take one more question before we go to the testimonial. All the way in the back. What number? Number 1. Sister, you can't use your phone. You can't use Google. Tell us what Ayako stands for. Please give her the mic. Please tell us what Ayako stands for.
Inter-African Coffee Organization.
SG, sir, did she get it right? Yes, said you got it right. Please, let's give her a round of applause. You get one of our beautiful packs of coffee and cocoa and chocolate from around Africa. Miss Grace, please introduce our testimonial group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Princess. So now we would like to invite a very young, dynamic young man. His name is Abdallah Diop. Il est diplômé en licence de sciences politiques.
He has BA in political science and he is into international relationship at the University of Abdallah Diop in Dakar.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening all. I will start my speech by saying that with passion and dream everything is possible. It's of course a pleasure for me to pick the floor here at this event of African Continental Meeting, and I tell you this is the first time I'm speaking on this such a platform. I want to thank the Secretariat of Ayako that helped me to be here today, and I want to thank the CFCC of Togo, and my thanks also goes to my family which is present here beside me and always. I also want to say to all of you, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi, on behalf of the 4 million consumers of coffee tuber in Senegal. I also pick the floor here on behalf of more than 1,000 youths today in Senegal who are in the tuber's coffee sector in the informal way. For the short story, my story with coffee began when I was in the year of bachelor, when I was in roasting house in Dakar. I have the love for coffee and I made a small kiosk at the university. When I talk about kiosk, it was a small table, as I call it, a kiosk, from which I began the whole of my story. Today, within 4 years, we have invented a backpack which is in 17 countries are there. And I say to the Africans and the young entrepreneurs who are in the coffee sector that We can have a slight testimony and say that today, when we talk about job creation, when we talk about youth and women in the coffee sector, it's quite possible because today we have undertaken 2 dreams have come true in our project. With the help of this backpack, I'll be able to do two trips in many companies that are called e-coffee. E-coffee is specialized in distribution of hot drink in Senegal, and especially coffee tuber. It is also a business that's provided distribution services on street marketing. Today, we are here at this General Assembly, and the second General Assembly, to say we make our backpack available and we sell it to all the entrepreneurs and the international organizations which are here, so that we accompany us in our dream today and create jobs in the coffee sector for the youth, the women in the coffee sector. I wouldn't end without thanking these 4 million consumers of coffee tuber who are my clients, and also thank our 1,000 youths, our 10,000 youths at the University Cheikh Anta Diop in Dakar who consumes coffee every day on e-coffee. I also want to say that in Senegal we have a challenge today, meaning our battle beyond the commercial aspect is to integrate the consuming countries. We also have to integrate Senegal as a consuming country, and today we say that we consume coffee in Senegal, but it is not a coffee which is imported by the laws that are well protected. Today, the coffee we consume on coffee is what we get from the border of Guinea or from Burkina. While these are the producing countries like Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, who produces this coffee. So we want to tell those who want, on behalf of the Senegal and the 40 million Senegalese, and on behalf of the 4 million coffee tuber consumers in Senegal, that we have international organizations like IACO, ACRAM, ITC, and all these organizations who are working for the coffee sector have talked about the issue of integration the consumer countries in the coffee sector. Another aspect that we want Sorry, I didn't want to write a speech. I wanted to speak freely, and that's what I have in heart. So I didn't go much. I wouldn't be too long, but I want to say that with a dream and passion, everything is possible. I began with a very small kiosk, and today I'm having this platform, and it's an honor to represent Senegal in this meeting and being the first Senegalese to take the floor on this platform. Thank you.
Tu ne veux pas partager le café? Oui? Okay, d'accord. Thank you so much, Diop, for your wonderful presentation. Without taking much of our time, I would like to call upon our second youth in the person of Leila Lugbena. She's a young entrepreneur, passionate about making a change in local consumption through innovation and creativity. She's the Chief Brand Officer of Kiri Cafe and a brand strategy consultant at Leeway Creative, a branding agency that works with young entrepreneurs and startups on the launch and sustainable management of the activities on the African market. Welcome, Leila.
Thank you. Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning all, and I believe you are all well. I have a lot of notes and I have to release pressure, and that will be done quickly. When I was asked to share my experiences with you today, I asked myself what I can share that would really speak to everyone today, and something that will be of meaning and at least add a value. So I have very few notes that will enable me to not go astray in this field. And these are 2 tiny points that I want to share with you today. The first point has to do with the importance of what we do. I meet many entrepreneurs today, and I think it's very unfortunate that many have the passion, but they don't know really the importance of what they do. I know it is not necessarily about us, it's not necessarily about my brand, but it's what we do which is being vital. I think it's about life or death, literally speaking. I think it's about culture. I think it's about survival of a wealth of a whole continent. And I think that who can tell it better than us as the youth, and I as a woman. And certainly, I think if you understand each and every one of us that what we are doing is vital, no matter what the level of the chain that you are there, you have a roaster, a barista, or coffee, being aware that the potentials of each and every one of us today can make us the future distributors and the future game changer in this universe, which is completely unknown to each and every one of us, can change many things. I think the consideration of the importance that we grant to ourselves in the sector in which we found ourselves will completely change our concepts, our understanding. If for all to come true, that is what motivates me to do what I do. The second thing I want to share with you today, it has to do with expertise. I had to be aware of myself that I have to unlearn many things. I think that is very unfortunate to understand that to a certain age all we know, all we do is what we've been told. And to me, I have to unlearn several things. And I know you said that in Togo no one used to consume coffee, but I was told that in Togo no one cultivates coffee, and coffee never succeeds, and no one could bought a coffee machine in Togo, and in the francophone business world nothing was profitable, especially for the youth and women. So I had to learn that when we acquire something and when we began doing something exceptional, no matter what the field you find yourself, we draw the attention of people on you, and people start talking about you, and everybody's going to start to like you and appreciate you and learn what you do and understand the importance of what you do behind it. And expertise comes with a lot of experiences, and I think first of all we should learn what does not work and what's not going on in the field in which we find ourselves. And when we know what is not working well, we have a single chance of doing good things. And suddenly for each and every one of you today who asks ourselves how I'm going to succeed and how do I do it, I suggest to learn what is not going on well and why it doesn't move on well, why things are the way they are today, and from there you have the expertise and you can bring something new in innovation and creativity. I think Africa needs experts in all the fields. You need to learn and learn and learn and learn all the more. And that's what I do every day. That enabled me to be before you today. So when it comes to the issue of how do you be able to open a coffee shop, either it's profitable or it's not profitable in Lome, I will tell you just this one. You need a lot of expertise, will and love, but especially you must know that what you are doing is vital. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Quick Cafe.
Merci, Quick Café. Nous étions dans votre petit café hier et c'est super express comme elle a dit tout juste. Il faut apprendre, désapprendre, apprendre, et c'est comme ça les jeunes et les femmes qui sont dans cette salle nous écoutent partout en Afrique. C'est important pour nous d'apprendre comment développer nos propres cultures dans le café, comment développer nos chaînes de valeur, et comme je l'ai dit, après Dieu et la famille, l'Internet est à peu près l'outil le plus puissant d'apprentissage que vous aurez besoin. Parce qu'avec cela, vous avez des ressources illimitées. limité. Aujourd'hui, je suis un commerçant du café et j'apprends tout sur l'Internet. Je n'ai pas été à une école quelconque du café. Je n'ai pas rencontré un expert en café. Je sais commencer par l'Internet pour m'enseigner comment concevoir une marque de café. Donc les opportunités sont sans limite. Merci de m'avoir écouté. Merci. Nous passons à notre second et dernier panel qui est à peu près l'un des plus importants de ce segment de notre programme. Nous aurons un programme de partenaires de développement de par le monde. Parce qu'on, comme on l'a dit, pour faire grandir nos affaires, et quand je comprends que Enibet a dit que vous devez être en partenariat et collaborer. Où les ressources en manque, on peut être en partenariat. Aujourd'hui, nous allons parler avec les partenaires de développement qui nous diront où se trouve l'argent. Mes amis, est-ce qu'on a besoin de savoir où se trouve l'argent pour nos entreprises? Voulons-nous savoir où se trouvent les ressources? Là, nous avons un panel très rendu d'experts de par le monde qui vont nous parler sur la compréhension élémentaire de ce qu'il faut faire pour appuyer les affaires africaines dans la chaîne de valeur africaine. Je vais commencer, Madame Aïs, je vais commencer par notre premier panéliste, et c'est en la personne de Madame Saïd Saïd, directeur de programme au niveau de l'ACPI, qui est le Centre international du commerce. Souhaitons la bienvenue à Madame Saïd à ce panel. Je sais que vous allez demander pourquoi il y a un homme. Je sais qu'il y a un mouvement de il pour elle. Donc il y a des hommes qui appuient les femmes. Et M. Saïd fait partie. Je vais lire son profil. Actuellement, il gère le programme de développement du commerce régional qu'on appelle le IEACPU, au Centre international du commerce qui concentre sur le café, le cacao, le coton et les noix de coco dans la chaîne de valeur en Afrique. M. Saïd, merci d'être avec nous cet après-midi. Pour continuer, je vais appeler notre second panéliste en la personne de Miss Theopista Nakungu. C'est le IWCA pour l'Ouganda. Monsieur Fister, pendant qu'elle vient, je vais lire son profil. Vous savez ce qu'on appelle actuellement. Elle a une carrière distinguée sur l'agrégation et promotion du développement du café. Actuellement, c'est la directrice de l'entreprise qu'on appelle Harry Coffee Limited, fondatrice et directrice de pharmacie boutique et coordinatrice pour l'Alliance internationale des femmes du café en Ouganda, et aussi le chapitre de IWC. Elle a 20 ans d'expérience dans le développement du café dans la chaîne de valeur. Un voyage qu'elle a commencé étant à l'université. Avant de commencer une entreprise privée, elle travaille comme directrice de branche et de contrôleur du café avec les renoms, avec les personnes reconnues dans le domaine du café. Elle a travaillé avec l'USAID en Ouganda dans les foyers et l'entreprise pour le développement agricole. Les projets en chef comme spécialiste agricole depuis 2019 à 2012. Merci, Madame, bonne arrivée. Nous avons également un panéliste qui sera avec nous en ligne. C'est un panéliste virtuel en la personne de SCPN Olivia Gomez. C'est l'assistante secrétaire générale dans la transformation structurelle économique et le commerce de l'Afrique, Pacifique et Caribéenne. C'est la monsieur SCPN. Si vous êtes en ligne, que nous sachions, je vais lire son profil pendant qu'on essaie de nous connecter. Il a la position d'assistant général du département de la transformation structurelle économique et le commerce en 2020. Il est de la République dominicaine avec 30 ans d'expérience dans la conception, gestion et supervision des évaluations des programmes multidonateurs et projets pour la création et renforcement des SME, SMI et l'appui aux organisations des entreprises et dans SOPCPS au niveau national, régional ou au niveau international. Donc c'était le profil de M. SCPN. J'espère qu'il est déjà en ligne avec nous. Et après sur le panel, c'est Honorable Hermine Patricia Tumaino Ndamjoya. C'est le maire de la colline.
She's the founder of La Maison du Café with her own brand of coffee, Fumban Coffee. She's the president of the Association of Cameroonian Women in the Coffee, AFECC. She's the president of Gender Promotion Committee of the Agence de Robusta Coffee from Africa and Madagascar, Accra. She's also the executive director of Copagro, agro-industrial cooperative name. She's the mayor of the city of Fumban and president of the Union of Municipalities of Noun, Department of Cameroon, located in the West Region, member of the African Fine Coffees Association. You're welcome, Honorable. Next. Okay. Sorry about that. Also on our panel, we have, On our panel, we also have Ariel Hongu. I'm so sorry, please. I'm sorry. Ariella Hongu. She's the expert achat contrat, point focal, Jean et
focal point anti-sexual harassment, the GIZ.
Thank you. It's not going to be a very long panel, but we want, like we said, the young people need to know where the money is so we can grow amazing coffee businesses. I won't put you on the spot, but I would like to start with our Honorable, ma'am, to introduce yourself, your organization, and your position, and the work that you do with the organization. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom.
Thank you. My name is Tumaino Damjoya, and I will present here the activities that are in Accra, which is Ayaku, in the quality of chairman of the Gender Committee of Accra. That's what I will be presenting here and intervening in this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Merci.
Mr. Pester, please, can you...
S'il vous plaît, pouvez vous présenter votre organisation, votre...
You do.
Thank you very much. My name is Teopista Nakungu. I'm the Chief Coordinator of International Women's Coffee Alliance Uganda chapter, IWCA Uganda. International Women's Coffee Alliance is a global network of women that lobbies and advocates for the reduction of barriers that limit women's effective participation in the coffee value chain. So we strive for recognition of women's contribution in the value chain.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Said, can you please introduce yourself, your organization, your position, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Princess, and thank you, organizers, Ayako, Akram, CCFCC, for having us here. My name is Sadiq Sayed. I'm program manager of the EU-funded and OACPS-funded business-friendly program. I work with the International Trade Center. International Trade Center is a joint agency of the United Nations and World Trade Organization based in Geneva, and our work is really to promote MSME competitiveness and bring them really at the international level. Just to increase my credibility, I would like to mention that I have had the opportunity to work with the 3 executive directors of ITC. It's currently Ms. Pamela Coke-Hamilton, previously Ms. Arantxa Gonzalez, who went on to become the Foreign Minister of Spain, and then Ms. Patricia Francis, who's leading business lady in the Caribbean. Just to mention that at ITC we work on women empowerment, but more importantly we believe in women leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We see that Mr. Espion is online now. Please, can you kindly introduce yourself, your organization, and your position? It's nice to see you, sir. He's muted. Can you hear me? You're muted. Can you unmute? Okay, hold on. We will try to unmute you. Let the technical team kindly help us with that. In the meantime, let Ms. Ariel introduce herself and her organization while we try to sort out Mr. Cyprian.
Ok, bonjour. Moi, c'est...
Good morning. My name is Arela Nge, and I'm expert in purchase and contract and gender focal point and anti-social harassment, and also a mentor of the Office of GIZ. Thank you for Ayako for this invitation and this participation. As most of the people have said, GIZ is an organization, is a German corporation that intervenes in the sustainable development, and we are into several sectors, to mention the agric, health, to talk about GIZ does in order to encourage gender and women in this agric field. Thank you. Mais informaticiens comme sage quand M. Cyprian est en ligne, nous aimerions.
We'd like you to hear your presentation on the work ACRAM is doing in presenting women entrepreneurs in the coffee value chain and the work that's been done. Thank you.
Si, je ne sais pas si...
I don't know whether it's possible to do a PowerPoint presentation, but I really just want to present the African Coffee ACRAM, which is an organization, a non-profit organization, bringing together the private and public actors for promoting Robusta coffee and improvement of income, and with the condition of life of the producers for support in research and other things. And 2013, during the second General Assembly at Libreville, which is the headquarters of ACRAM, the Gender Committee was just beside the other organizations. We tell you that in 2013, during the second General Assembly in Libreville, which is the headquarters of ACRAM, gender seated beside other organizations, and the aim was to set up in the member countries of ACRAM, to set up policies for capacity building of women in all the value chain of in the coffee sector. This has to do with the notice on the central place that the African woman occupies in the coffee sector, and several challenges and obstacles of which they meet in their activities, and that has an impact on the sector. So we have tried to have a comparative study on the productivity of coffee in the ACRAM countries. For instance, one of the lead countries on production, which is Vietnam, and it was clear that productivity is lower in the ACRAM countries. So that is roughly the comparison that we tried to undertake, and what we have noticed is that it is still at the level of production. We can see, for instance, that production is very low in the ACRAM countries, and the data of gender inequality is higher in the ACRAM countries. We can very see clearly the indices that are high with regard to the African countries, or with regard to, European and Asian countries. The inequality indices shows when it comes to gender, and it's also of interest to notice that in the countries of ACRAM, women are employed at more than 40% in the agri sector. So it's of interest to look at the place and the central role of women in the agri sector, and to mention coffee especially. So Akram for long set up policies of monitoring and capacity building of the women in the sector. And we have several projects, and I want you to talk more, if you wish me to tell you more about the activities we have undertaken last week here in Lomé, in the framework of capacity building of women. I don't know whether I can continue, but this is part of the next presentation. If you want us to share the projects that are important, so it depends on how you lead the program. Otherwise, I will stop here after presenting all that Akram does in women's capacity building, the good practices, the training. Akram have of course set up a budget line for minor loans. We have via travelings and visits that are done among Akram countries. We have promotional activities, and we've traveled in several countries, and it's always important to go and see what is happening elsewhere. We learn a lot, and today we have an ambitious program that took place last week. I will come back on it later. Merci. Pour les raisons de clarté, nous voulons connaître les pays de l'Akram et les pays qui sont actuellement dans Akram.
The audience, if you like to clarify the countries that are currently under Akram, and the ones who are looking to join in this room can have the opportunity to. Thank you, ma'am.
So already you have Madagascar, Gabon, which is the headquarters of Akram, of Ayako, and Cameroon, of course. We have DRC, and currently Togo, Côte d'Ivoire, and Liberia. Ghana is also part of the countries who benefit from the projects and who are also member of Akram. So roughly it's about 12 countries. In the beginning 2019, 2012 they wanted to deal with Akram countries. I will say with regards to the project on which I will tell you right away concerning women. And for the time being, we have Cameroon, DRC, Liberia, Ghana, who are stakeholders. And I don't know whether we have 5 countries who are stakeholders to this huge program of the European Union, with ITC as well when it comes to ACP. But when it comes to West African countries and Central African countries who produces Robusta coffee, these are the countries who are part of Akram.
Thank you so much for clearing that. Obviously, we're going to tie that question to the ITC rep on it. But before we get to you, Mr. Syed, Mr. Pesta, I know that, sorry for the pronunciation, it's the Nigerian tongue, it's funny, it's okay. You have extensive work being done in Uganda for a while when it comes to the coffee value chain. I want you to pick on 2 projects that you have done in terms of boosting production in Uganda as a whole, and some of the work you have done with the IWCA in ensuring that women farmers have the resources that they require to develop the value chain. I'd like you to share on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Princess, to give me this opportunity to have a voice. There has been a lot of work I've been involved in the coffee development program in Uganda. First, working with development partners and farmers in general. I've been privileged to sit on the National Coffee Platform, where we discuss the issues of the sector and look for funding all opportunities to implement them. Recently, there has been a big replanting program by the government of Uganda, and I was actively participating in that level of the value chain of seedling multiplication. So yeah, I directly contributed to availing clean planting material besides the other work in the boardrooms or in funding different activities. So yeah, through direct participation in seedling multiplication, I contributed to the coffee development in Uganda. But specifically on the women's program, we are doing a lot on women inclusion. Women empowerment is our core business. We like to focus on amplified market visibility, leadership development, and strategic partnerships. So of recent, besides the other work we have done, we have partnered with Solidaridad to implement Reclaim Sustainability. How are we going to reclaim sustainability? Is to ensure that the women and the youth are being heard. So there's capacity building on civil society organizations, reviewing policies and laws to make sure that the voices of the women and the youth are heard. And when they are heard, they get discussed and the policies get reviewed. Also on inclusion, we have reviewed the international, the regional, and the national policies and laws, including the Constitution of Uganda, to make sure that the women and other participants understand that some of the laws complement each other, and how to popularize and make them use them for their benefit. So yeah, those are some of the projects we have done. We want the women to be represented and for the women to effectively participate.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to move to the only man on the panel. I hope you feel very comfortable with us. I know that ITC is doing a couple of programs in Africa. We just want you to elaborate on those programs, especially for coffee, and how it's focused on women in the areas that you're working with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Princess. So yes, ITC has actually our biggest portfolio in general is Africa. So we do have a lot of programs in Africa, and especially focused on women. So for example, at the advocacy level, there are programs that are bringing in women's women's voice to the policy. For example, for the AFCFTA, and then also we are working in different programs on trade facilitation, so to promote cross-border trade. But today I would like to highlight really two programs that we have. So one is Global Public Good, that as we call. So it is the ITC's coffee guide. So we've had this coffee guide for the past 30 years or so, and last year we released the 4th edition, and today it's available with the collaboration with Akram and other partners with European Union, OACPS, in different languages, so in French, in Spanish, but also in Portuguese, which is being released this week in Brazil. So I actually really invite our guests here to look into the coffee guide. It's freely available online. We do have a panel somewhere. I've on purpose brought this here. We have a small QR code, so we can just download it very easily. The coffee guide actually also, to link it to what we are discussing here, the aspects, the women aspect. So basically, it's a very important sector for women. So as 70% of the workforce in coffee is women. And also to the coffee guide, I would like to mention that each chapter has been really evaluated, and also we have received contributions from important organizations such as International Women's Coffee Alliance. So they are part of it. So basically, it's a good tool, and that will be beneficial for the coffee sector. Apart from that, we do have a very focused program, which is called, which is funded by the European Union and ACP Secretariat, which is called Business Friendly. And here we are really focusing on improving the coffee value chain from seed to cup, and basically working with the producer community, promoting value addition at the source and promoting local consumption, but also looking at markets, improving access to market. And then in this case, I'm sure Madam Honorable Madam Enjoya will elaborate on this. Last week we did have a special focus on women, where we discussed the challenges and then especially aspects of access to finance that we should work on. Thank you.
Thank you so much on clarifying that. We'd also like to go to the GIZ rep that is on our panel to give us one or two projects that GIZ is doing in terms of the focal point for women. Just mention two or one of them and let our audience know. Thank you.
Merci, Grace.
Thank you, Grace. And as I was saying, GIZ is a German corporation and it intervenes in several sectors, and agri is part of them. In this sector, we come in several parts. We have come in the coffee sector, of we do not do, but currently we are on the cocoa sector. And here we took part and accompanied women in production and trading of cocoa. But aside that, since it is a program sector for rural agri development, it will very soon come to an end. But there's another program that we call competitiveness program of the private sector, which intervenes in several sectors of agri, and there is no specific sector that is defined. Currently we are on share and pineapple. No matter the sector which is of interest, now we find interest, we can always help. The need is there. One with the need, GIZ will follow up and support in this sector. But we also have designed a tool in one of the programs that we call USPT Farm. This one helps women, specifically in promoting women in the field of agri. We have designed a tool that we call CGAM, which is Agri-Business Synergy. It enables the women to undertake businesses in the agri field. This tool is made of items that will help women to undertake business in the agri sector, telling her the aspects to take into account. I want to make a business, yes. What is my capital? What are my burdens? What are my working capital, so that I will not have a deficit? This is a tool that explains all the agribusiness processes and entrepreneurship with women. So it's a tool available that can be sent to any organization that want us to accompany or follow. It is a tool that's available. Once you come closer to us, there is no challenge. We also know what GR said is focused on agenda, which is a very cross-cutting issue at all the levels and all the business parts. So we accompany the women through their income-making activities. So we say it's not just to produce, but producing, processing, selling, how you can add value in the community. And if a woman starts a business, her place is not just at the production, just to cultivate, but as you said in the previous panel, she should be a decision-making panel and undertake and be a income resource for the society. She will not then take place in economic development. So we say we accompany women to equip them and also build their capacity in the agri field. So that's what I will say roughly when it comes to what GIZ does in the agri sector. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now I would like to ask this question. I would just like to ask this question to all the panelists. How is your organization influencing policies across the coffee value chain? And I would like to start with Honorable.
Thank you. I will just want my presentation to come back so that I will share with you a few images. These are images promoting women in the coffee sector. We have working visit trips throughout the world. We also take part in Africa, and this is one of the important meetings for us. We organized an important workshop in Franceville in Gabon. That was in 2014, and the theme was a gender approach forum in coffee sector and the role of African women in coffee culture. That was really good. We have Festy Coffee, which is part of the first that brings together women of Akram, Ayako, and Africa. At the local level, in every year, we organize the Festival of Coffee in the framework of Copa Grow in an area where coffee is hugely produced. We take the opportunity of a day like the 8th March, which is the Women's International Day, and the Day of the Family or the Day of Rural Women, to bring women of the coffee sector for a training like what you were just saying, which was showing them how to prepare coffee traditionally by grinding it on a stone and roasting it in a silver or in a pot and preparing your coffee. So this is an illustration of the equipment that we've acquired, and by the fact that we offer them loans that was designed for pure gender activities by Akram, we are able to obtain the machine to remove the coffee cups. So this is what's important for us to share with you. Now, right away, Mr. Sadiq was saying with regard to a very important example of activities that we are deploying on the field now with the support of ITC. Last week from 8 to 12, we were in there were 30 of women, a little more than 30 women who came together here in Lomé. I believe I'll come back to these images in this important workshop. These were women of all ages, the youth, the younger, and the women who were actors in the coffee value chain, from production, processing, CAP from Cameroon, Gabon, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and of course, well received by our Togolese sisters who supported us and served coffee during the presentation. Between the presentation, there were stands. We have the stands aspect and we have the workshop aspects of training, and all these wonderful people were there for the Women Business Forum in the coffee sector. It's important because we wanted this activity to take part in the project that is supposed to be intelligent by adding value and dynamism of every aspect of the value chain. It is now about promoting clusters or groups within the aspects of the same value chain. And of course, this will go through a mapping and an identification of all the actors of this value chain. And it's also important to have a profile of the stakeholders in every value chain. The second aspect was to create networks for the actors of this value chain. So practically speaking, the producers can be brought together or structured into a well-organized, equipped with the techniques of good governance and management, and the producers are already, since we left here with 12 clusters, well-structured 12 clusters in the 12 countries, who work in such a way that the producers are in link with the cooperatives, and the cooperatives are in link with the SMEs, because we have to create an alliance between women in the coffee sector, and an alliance that has to do with a link with the financial institutions with gender approach. And all this was to improve the performances and the knowledge and the know-how of the trade, economy, environment. And this was roughly the originality, because we wanted the value chain to be responsible and be conscious, environmental conscious. When we talk about environment, we always make reference to the biodiversity. We ask our women to produce apiculture, for instance, and forestry, and improved homes to improve stoves to reduce the effect of climate warming, and having techniques of renewable energy and waste recycling. So we had a circular economy that will always be there to support them. To us, that was a promoting of inclusion, because it's important to be able to work in such a way that there is no discrimination in this approach, be it access to finance or in minor loans or smaller loans. There will necessarily be a branding of women's coffee, a kind of marketing that will be designed. So roughly that is what I want to share with you here, because there is a roadmap per country and a roadmap per region which is established to assure that these objectives are being reached. We said it since this morning. It's more about working in such a way that women who are more numerous and who plays the most important role in the African coffee sector be able to be equipped to the maximum level. That was the originality that I want to share with you. Otherwise, the policies is always about inclusivity, gender equity, and when we are in the field of gender, we do all it takes for the policies to be those that to be inclusive and those that respect the 17 SDGs, whereby the decisions that build the capacities in terms of production, processing, and trading in all the value chain. This is roughly what I want to say when it comes to the policies that can be implemented with regard to the program and this project, which is very ambitious, setting in place the Alliance for ITC, ACRAM, and Lady Agree which is an institution working strongly with women of Akram in order to enable them to be in this intelligent framework of dynamism and valorizing the value chain. Thank you very much. Grand merci, l'honorable, pour votre réponse éclairée dans la question. Avant de continuer, je voudrais qu'on soit connecté avec Scipion et voir s'il nous écoute. Est-ce que vous êtes au courant? Oui, j'ai écouté tout le débat. Je ne sais pas si vous me recevez. On vous reçoit parfaitement. Merci. S'il vous plaît, présentez-vous votre organisation et votre position. Et vous posez 2 questions pour que vous répondiez cela à la fois en même temps.
Questions that I received and maybe I can go directly through it.
Oh, okay.
That would be easier because I know that you have a challenge connecting me.
Yes, please, you can go ahead.
So if you allow me, I'll share my screen.
Okay.
Let me try to share screen and yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, given that the presentation is in English, I'll speak in French. Bon, je voudrais vraiment remercier.
I would like to thank the organizers of IACO today by giving me the opportunity to. I'm working with Archive Pacific. For those of you who do not know, we are in 1975. Our organization was set up. Today, nowadays, we have several branches in all over the Caribbean Pacific countries. The purpose is to promote sustainable development for our countries and in the quest of sustainable development, support for men, women and young men is at the core of our activities. So to have the SDG, Mr. George Pino from the Angola, who is working with us in the development of the private sector as well as the Women Association. I would like to also talk about those who work with us in the area with other partners. We work on the production and productivities, on the raw material, and in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, and we also work on sustainability agenda, on the issue of deforestation and reglementation. We ensure that members are involved, committed to the United Nations SDGs. We do think that today we should be able to bring about a change in terms of development policy, and by so doing, we need to tackle issues with regard to women and those who are vulnerable part of our society. Women and young people would like to promote together a broader inclusion that will have an impact on the personal developments of people as well as of us making prosperous societies just and equitable. We should want to call on our members to make use of their culture in view of exporting, and as we said, we need to change the way we consume, and we should also think about the preferential cost, working with partners, and I would like to congratulate my friend Sam Gouton that work often with Sadiq together with GIZ. We have done a lot. We're trying to work with our partners, and we have different way of producing, working on how and when do we carry out our activities on the global market. When we talk about how I have the opportunity to visit Princess companies in Nigeria, and she has a special way of doing things, and I think that we need to be able to work in the market and then get in touch with the diaspora. we should understand the aspect and the expectations, what is the essence of the product you are offering and supplying. We should be able to work in terms of the specificity of our products, working according to international standards and packaging and taste, and how we do work with several entities. We should be able to tell the stories and then give a dream to the consumer. How do we do that? You have over here the pictures. We work in enterprises and to provide a very good value proposals and innovative productions in the area of quality. We work with a regional agency for quality. I saw that one of the brand in some cases we also wish to promote the extension of our project to work on the rule of origins in Jamaica, and this is cost of $10 a cup, and I was part of the European Union meeting to have the rule of origin for coffees. We also have in southern Africa, in Cameroon, also the species. We would like to promote the various species of coffee. We were told we are doing the promotions with the European Union partners. We're trying to the people should be able to rediscover their countries. I've discussed with princes and that people should be able to soluble coffee. I was very proud to be able to be a part of the promotion of the various states of coffee. We also work with various investment platforms and online as well. We oftentimes talked about the tourist-oriented approaches and the various countries. Over here, you can see you have a very extended framework. We have European Union countries, and also at the micro level and the meso level, we have organizations such as ACRAM to be able to position themselves. We do hope that very soon we'll be working with ICO. We have in the promotions of investments. In all this is done, there are several of their members presented. They're working on the sharing of best practices and access to the European market and the promotions of youth and women entrepreneurs, and so as dialogue around the pricing for the betterment of each and everyone. Where SADC is represented here, and we work with the World Bank at the macro level and the meso level. Also, we are also thinking of how to improve the business exchanges framework. And then, as far as coffee is concerned, working with Accra. And Tolin Umelu and his daughter are also involved. And the purpose is to help women in entrepreneurship in Africa. The purpose is to a group of 100 women who receive a grant of $10,000. And then also people who have been shortlisted. President received 30,000 euros. And this was the purpose was to fast track as how to give technical support to such people. Other programs, and you have Most Africa. Let me set up with the AFDB, and you can to secure funding, working in the with 4 million euros. the purpose of grant, the purpose is to support our the producers, taking into account the sanitary and phytosanitary demand vis-à-vis the European market. And the purpose is to diversify the UN systems for Africa, and also the Austral and Eastern African regions as well. And then I would like to, I hope that what I have said will be able to, you have been able to hear what I was saying because of my Hispanic accent of French. We're working at the we carry out capacity building. We do hope that working with regional organizations and also the free trade African free trade areas. We also work. We are in the ACP regions sharing the best practices, and we do hope that together we'll be able to conquer the world, so that we have more equitable and just trade. Thank you very much. So I'm ready for questions that you might want to put across to me.
Thank you so much, Espion. Just to highlight, about 100 women were funded this year with almost 3 million euros. I happen to be...
Cette année, nous avons reçu 3 millions d'euros et il s'est fait que j'ai fait partie hier.
Plus, because of that, Happy Coffee was able to start our own coffee roastery this year, which would allow us to roast over 100 kg of coffee daily to increase production and the waste in the value chain. So those are some of the opportunities that are available with our developmental partners. Because of time, we would bunch the questions together and we will start from Said, because you're coming from that. We want to know, we know that you're a technical partner in terms of building policy and investment opportunity for women. There are young people and women in this room. We would like you to say one opportunity that is available for them to take advantage of, and give us a word for an African youth out there building her coffee or his coffee business. Thank you.
Wow, that's a difficult job. But thank you very much. Just one opportunity, if I can mention. I think we have already spoken about it. So currently we have this EU SCP Business Friendly program that we are implementing in partnership with Akram. So in the coffee sector for women and youth, I think that's a good opportunity. So please reach out to us. Please reach out to Akram, and I think this is a good opportunity where we can collaborate together.
Fantastic. And for one young person out there, give me one word to encourage and inspire that person.
Well, last week, Madam Njoya, she mentioned we had this forum, and then for the women, and then the question we asked at the beginning was, what women want, right? But at the end of that session, and also listening to our young entrepreneurs this morning, so I think the answer is that they know what they want. So basically, we are here as institutions to help them in two ways. Maybe one, using our conveying role with other institutions, financial institutions, that we can bring it together, and working with them, we should be able to find some innovative solutions for access to finance for other things. So really, actually it was very encouraging to listen to them this morning, and one word is really just to keep going on. Keep going on.
Mr. Pesta, thank you. You have worked extensively with women. We'd like to, what are the opportunities of financing for women from the IWCA, if there is any, and one word for a young African coffee entrepreneur out there.
Maybe if I can go back to Grace's question about influencing policies, because as far as financing mechanisms at IWCA level are zero, but through our lobby and advocacy campaigns, we access and we encourage different women organizations to do what we do in order to be able to access finance. So we do data-driven solutions. We do a lot of research studies to generate evidence to back up our issues, which we later turn into opportunities to lobby and advocate. And from experiences and lessons learned, we know that how we are going to benefit from women empowerment affirmative action is to have representation at different levels of participation at, say, IACO, at the different blocks. It's very, very important for the women to be effectively represented so that they can participate at that level. And another critical thing is we need to have a fund. So in this forum, I am hoping that we are getting listened to, and the different people will think about creating an African coffee fund. The issues or the barriers that are affecting women and youth participation sometimes go beyond the normal issues or challenges facing coffee farmers generally. And so the coffee fund will be tailor-made to address different participation requirements for the women, for the youth, but also for other value chain actors. So having data-driven solutions and transforming issues into opportunities will help the different organizations, be it youth or women, to overcome these challenges and effectively participate.
Thank you so much. We have a documentary by you, which we will play obviously before this rounds up. To Lady Ariella, would like you to round up by saying one word to an African entrepreneur. Sorry, we'd like you to just round this up by giving us a word for a woman out there building her business and a word of encouragement to her.
Thank you, Princess. If it comes to a word of motivation for a woman who wants to start her business, is to have confidence, is to trust herself in her potentialities. She must try to train herself and look for opportunities that she can find in the field and going to institutions that are in her area to be able to support her and then get knowledge and develop her competence. This is what I have for such a woman who wants to undertake businesses in this sector. Thank you.
Give us one word to a young African coffee entrepreneur out there building their business. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I want to say that in the framework of ACRAM, there is a committee for gender promotion, but there is also a committee that takes into account the promotion of youth in coffee culture. But the diagnosis was clear, and we have old aging of our farms and old aging of actors. So the policies that must make the youth trustworthy so that they will go back to their farms. And this is also another point of battle for ACRAM. And like you saw, the barrister competition, the youth who are in the cities, as we saw in the sketch, and they don't want to go back to their coffee farms, necessarily have some knowledge in coffee, because they will have to teach the people who have served in the nature. Talk about the origin of coffee. It is a business with a new technology, and at the same time we have noticed that in our coffee homes many youth are finally going to acquire plots of land to make some coffee culture, because they've noticed that it's a wealth business. Because if their family have some lands, we were happy to notice that in the beginning they wanted to work in the coffee house to serve coffee, but as time went on they knew as a business and a business opportunity, so they went to start and create their own coffee farms. So it was important to mention this today, with all that is in the context in terms of well, as we listen right away, in terms of motivation with loans in the sector. I think that the youth understands that even when it comes to demographic aspects, the age of youth of the people population is mostly youth. So we are bound to understand that as women without youth in the coffee culture, we will make this in such a way that our policies will target this group of people, so that we will have a quality and quantity coffee in the coffee industry in Africa.
To round up the session very quickly before in about 20 minutes, but we would just like to open the floor for questions. We know people had questions, but because of time, we'll only be able to take 2 questions. And all of our panelists are still in the building today, so if you need to make any connections, if you're a young person here and you need any data from ITC, GIZ, please feel free. But we have 2 questions. The ushers, please help us with the microphones. We have 2 questions. There's a lady up there, and you can go ahead and ask your question. And there's someone up there.
Sorry, before you ask your question, kindly introduce yourself and let us know who you're addressing your question to. Thank you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle.
Good morning, my name is Leila from Benin, and I'm a brand manager of Quick Coffee in Kwelimi. So my question has to do with the honorable who spoke in the framework of Akram program around branding that has to do with coffee, so that it will be known. I am really in the field of marketing and branding, and what I know is that the headquarters is in Libreville. I'm in Lomé, so the issue will be that how could I proceed to be in contact with the office so that I can have a little aspect on coffee branding and with my little knowledge, so that we can be able to do something bigger.
We'll take the second question and then answer. I know there was a hand right. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Denis Sedier, International Coffee Organization. My question is addressed to GIZ and my friend Sadiq. You know, there are many women that trying to get involved seriously in coffee business. How concretely those women, the association, how can they approach you to have a project considered? Thank you.
Okay, we're allowed to take one more question. Okay, over there behind.
Thank you for the chance. So my question, I don't know, I think any person can answer. My name is Mary Ndinda and I come from Kenya and I'm in the finance world. So my question is, there's this money that is out there, so what are the organizations doing or the development firms doing to ensure they have capacity building programs for these women or these youth that are receiving the money? Because you could find a women-led business, yes, they need the money, but maybe it may not be used in the right way. So are there opportunities to capacity build in such firms?
Thank you for your question, very key. We'll start with answer. Would anybody on the committee panel answer the last? We'll start from the last question.
Yes, I can try for that one.
Okay, thank you, SP.
Yes, what we're doing, basically, we do not give money like that to people alone, and Princess would be the example of it. The grants that we have granted, especially through the Women Economic Empowerment for Africa program, was accompanied by technical assistance and by a hand-holding, and also, which I think was the best part, by a group, by a collective action among the ladies that I saw in action, that collective action recently in Nigeria, when I was able to meet many of the awardees of the grants. So the idea of just giving money to people is not what we do. We really try to accompany that, and this is also why we cannot help so many people. In the case of the program that we have with the Ajay said Tony Lumelon Foundation and Zafin, we only selected 100 women because that was the amount that was manageable to be able to do some hand-holding, and many of them were from Kenya. So this is what we try to do, but also you must understand that we work in an ecosystem with partners. We work a lot with the government, we work with international organizations, so it's a collective effort that we have to go, and I agree with you that just giving money to people and expect them to do great without a follow-up is not something that is viable, and that is not something that we do.
Thank you. I hope your question was answered. The second question was from Ms. Dennis. Would anybody on the panel like to answer that? What opportunities or programs can women take advantage of in your organization?
Okay, thank you. Maybe I can answer part of the question. Thank you, Mr. Sudhya. So basically for the EUSCP Business Friendly Program, in partnership with Akram, we have a direct program in 4 countries. That's Ghana, Cameroon, DRC and Liberia. So in these countries we do work with local focal points, you have with farmer union networks and then also private sector institutions. So normally through them, anyone who would like to participate in this program can approach the program. Otherwise, we do have regional activities like we did last week in collaboration with Akram. So for people who are not from these 4 countries, they could actually contact Akram and then they can be part of the program.
All right, that's very key. And then to answer the last question that was directed to Honorable, I'd like you to answer that as we round up our panel. Thank you.
D'accord.
In fact, when it comes to communication and branding, Mr. Sadiq have said it all. In Cameroon, in Angola, in Gabon, in DRC, in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, and Madagascar, there are focal points. Otherwise, here in Togo, since you are in Togo, we have a focal point, and even that, you have the advantage, as I could say so into brackets, of having Mr. Chairman of Akram, who is present here in Togo, and that I really appreciate. He's in the hall, he's present here with the General Executive Director of Akram, Mr. Gouton, in his actions, ready to support, to encourage gender in that sector. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being with us during this important panel. So, for when it comes to do with communication, it is about taking part in activities so that we, the country, or at the regional level, we will know a bit more on the activities of women in coffee sector. And these are policies that must be taken individually in the framework of the business. You've heard Mr. Sadiq say already that businesses, the family businesses or collectivities or rural communities, for instance, it can be SMEs like yours if your coffee house is an SME. And it is good to know that as the program supports some decision makers, these decision makers It's all this that create the alliance for action. So in the framework of this alliance, we can define policies of communication and branding which are specific and can be, for instance, of cup day, coffee drinking day, and there are ambassadors of your products, and today the youth like in the case of a celebration, organize debates by internet, or there is a whole set of marketing tools, and the specialists in the field can tell you more. We can go to create a page in a social media handle and see people have a look at your coffee. These are all personal, but when it comes to national framework with regard to these alliances, it has to do with creating or promoting coffee of women of Akram or Ayako. So that's what I want to say with regard to this question of communication. So right away, if you wish, I can put you in contact with the focal point here in Lome. You can join the cluster of SMEs because you have a coffee house already. And when it comes to the roadmap of Akram, we have this branding and communication with regard to what you've planned, and that will be practical to be able to take part in this communication, in the fact that you are a woman and you have a coffee shop. And the values are important because all this is supported by the values that will send the certain coffee, like say David say, an organic coffee, respect the environment, it's a women's coffee, and it is accompanied because they are responsible people and they want to promote this. All these are the values you bring out during the communication. I don't know whether I've been able to answer the questions. Do I still have the floor if there is a round table? Otherwise, I want to thank the General Secretary of Ayako for his invitation that he extended to me to intervene in a very precious panel like this, because I believe the theme that is that of the role of women in the coffee industry reveals the importance of Ayako, has acknowledged women, and I really want to present our recognition and the honor to take part in such an important panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I want to thank all of our panelists today. I also want to thank all of our audience. In closing, I want to borrow the words of Tony Lumelu, a founding entrepreneur in Nigeria, who says that Africapitalism is the fact that Africa will be built by African entrepreneurs. I want to thank all of our panelists from across Europe, Africa, who have also joined in. I also want to thank the SG for this fantastic opportunity and platform for women and young people across Africa to deliberate on our future. In a few years from now, I like to say that I'll be running for the office of the President of Nigeria, and when that time comes, this will be one of the most honorable moments of my time. I want to thank the Secretariat, Grace, who has been an amazing co-MC. We are coming to the end of our program. We have two more things, which is the African Coffee Creed for Women. This is the creed and the commitment we're making across board. We will be reading that very shortly. But before that, we would like to have a summary today and recommendation by the Secretariat before we take our closing creed and closing for the program. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for all of our panelists as they take the stage.
Thank you so much, Princess, and thank you once again to all our panelists. So to give a summary for the whole session, we would like to call upon Madam Amina Abdul. She's the focal point of coffee subsector and the Ministry of Trade. in charge of basic commodities and byproducts in the Ministry of Trade. She's also the president of the Association of Women and Children and Vulnerable Persons. She's the gender focal point of the Association of Imams and Muslim Dignitaries in Cameroon, and also an honorary chair lady of Koika Association, Cameroon. Please let's make welcome for Ms. Amina. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
The representative of the executive director of International Cocoa Organization, the president of ICRAM, the secretary general of the Inter-African Cocoa Organization, coffee organization rather, I'm sorry, I'm used to cocoa.
Honorable delegates, distinguished guests, good evening to all of you. It has been a hectic day today. As you can see, the topic of discussion today was a very sensitive and important one. From the beginning of these working sessions, we've not heard ladies talking the way they have spoken today. And you can bear with me that the woman is an important element in the development and sustainability of the coffee sector because they are strategic. When it comes to the value chain, I think the woman has a great role to play, just like the youth. And from every discussion that we've been having, you realize that the issue of production and the issue of marketing was a major concern. And the woman has a natural talent of conquering the market and promoting consumption. The woman is the key element that determines in every household what to be eaten. So I think when it comes to consumption, promotion of consumption, the woman is the important element that should be strategized on. And from the various discussions that we've had today, before I try to give you the rundown of what has been said, I just want to appreciate my gratitude to the Secretary General who has made it possible to close this ceremony on his behalf. This is to illustrate that actually the forum today is a woman thing. So far, the 10th African Coffee Symposium took place on Wednesday, November 16, 2022 in the Fazal Room of the Hotel 2nd Février in Lomé, Togo, under the theme Empowerment of Women and Women in the African Coffee Industry. Two moderators presented the symposium in the sessions. The first session was the role of women and youth in the African coffee processing. Panel 1 of session 1 had as its theme, African women in the African coffee value chain. There were presentations from women entrepreneurs from Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, Togo, the United States of America, Senegal, who shared their different experiences in the coffee industry. Panel 2 excuse me. Help me, please. The machine, I'm not used to it, this machine. Panel 2 is on the role of youth in the transformation of African coffee. Following the exchange of success stories between the youth and the women entrepreneurs in African processing, the following recommendations were made. Encourage women in decision-making in the coffee sector, train women and youth on local coffee processing, help women to go beyond the harvest to become part of the decision makers in the coffee sector, train women on how to find financing, train women and youth on entrepreneurship and agri-business related to coffee, towards merit and recognition prizes to women and young entrepreneurs, encourage local consumption of coffee, accelerate industrial development in the coffee sector in Africa, create opportunities for women and youth in inter-African coffee organization events, build the capacity of youth and women in the coffee value chain, increase awareness of youth and women on employment opportunities in the coffee value, and increase market visibility. In terms of partnership for the financing of projects, the following was retained. The German International Cooperation Agency has set up an application called Synergy Agrobusiness that informs women on indicators that can help them to have an added value in their activities. This application informs them that their expenses, inform them about their expenses, their business assets, and eventually their financing needs. GEZ strengthens women's capacity in the agricultural sector. It accompanies women in the development of income-generating activities. Okay, these are the main recommendations and issues that were belabored upon during the discussion. And if I have a closing advice to everyone here, I would rather say the woman is capable in the coffee sector. If a can, a can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Amina, for the summary and recommendations. Now I would like to call upon Umbula and Yoland for the creed. We've come to the amazing close of this, but before we do, there is now what we call the African Women Coffee Creed that will be launched today, and this will be what we will commit to for Africa, for us, for our present time, and for our future. We'd like everyone to please, with all due respect, all protocols duly respected, we'd like to stand up together to read what would be our formal creed, and Yolande will read it in French, and Umbula will read in English, which will be the first of its kind. Thank you.
So, just before we read the creed, I'll just read out what it means. What is a creed? The creed is a set of beliefs or aims which guide someone's actions. So it's not an oath or anything like that we're taking. It's just a creed that guides our actions as women in coffee. If you're standing next to a woman in coffee, please get closer. You can hold their hand, and we can go ahead and read it out. The men who are standing, you're in support of the women in coffee. So this is a very powerful and important statement, yeah, showing solidarity with the women in coffee. I'd request us to read it together so that we bring one voice. We'll start in English, and then after that, my colleague will lead in the French version of it, okay? So once everyone is settled, we will start. I'll just wait for everyone to settle in. And on the count of 3, we will start to read in English. 1, 2, 3. I am a woman. I am an African hero. I am the voice of African coffee. I am strong, beautiful, happy, and industrious. My hands and mind is super creative and innovative. Because of me, our African coffee industry is making tremendous leaps and bounds. I am supporting other women through mentorship and collaborative work. I will keep moving forward into tomorrow with confidence and hard work. I will respect myself and others. I will set a good example for other women. I will succeed in all my endeavors. The future of African coffee is here. Thank you so much. Big round of applause.
Thank you. Alors, on fera la même chose en français. Je commence. On va compter par 1, 2 et 3.
At the count of 3.
Je suis une héroïne africaine. Je suis la voix du café africain. Je suis forte, belle, heureuse et travailleuse. Mes mains et mon esprit sont super créatifs et innovants. Grâce à moi, notre industrie africaine du café fait du progrès considérable. Je soutiens d'autres femmes par le biais du mentorat et du travail collaboratif. Je continuerai à avancer vers l'avenir avec confiance et ardeur au travail. Je me respecterai et je respecterai les autres. Je donnerai le bon exemple aux autres femmes. Je réussirai dans tout ce que j'entreprendrai. L'avenir du café africain commence par ici.
On behalf of the entire women of Africa, thank you and welcome to a new Africa for coffee. Please give yourselves a round of applause.
We would also like to use this opportunity to remind everyone that tomorrow we are going to be assembling here at 8 o'clock for the African Youth Barrister Championship, and it promises to be amazing. So please, let's be here on time. Thank you.